While other stations are getting rid of classic country, we're celebrating it. 105.5 KD Country.
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web to make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
Conference 44 basketball. It's on the radio. It's on 105.5 KD Country and kdcountry.com. Bob Alvis, Kyle Haney with you. And Kyle, it's going to be really easy to distinguish the teams tonight. They're the same two teams in both games, girls and boys. It's Altavista against the Fighting Blues of Parry McClurer.
Parry McClurer in town for the double dip. Girls first, guys after that. And you said it, Conference 44 championship game. This is a big one, Bob. Both teams, or maybe all four teams, we should say, are assured of their spot in regionals. But if you can win this game tonight, the Colonels would host all the way through regionals, as long as they keep winning in that anyway. So it's an important game, and I think both Coach Spencer and Coach Cardellaro are really treating it as such.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like you said, you get to keep playing at home if you win, as opposed to going on the road. And nobody really wants to hit the road in regional play, because then you're looking at some miles on the bus. And even though the wheels go round and round, you'd rather keep the action going at home here on the Subway pregame show. You can eat healthy, you can eat fresh, and like I say, eat there often. 2 locations to serve you. Walmart inside of right on Clarion Road, and then on Main Street is where our frequent stops are made.
Yeah, absolutely. We were in there before the game, chatting up with Brittany and the gang, and Robert Duff, the owner himself, even checking in. And I'll tell you, customer service there at Subway, Bob, second to none.
Better than the food, and the food's great.
Great point.
And a lot of good specials going on in February.
Yeah, plenty of stuff still going on in February. The chicken enchilada melt with the Fritos, easy for me to say. The flatizas, the spicy tuna, I've heard is very good. You know me, I stay away from the spicy stuff. Yeah, I can't do all that spicy stuff.
Well, maybe other people can, and that's why they would want to go for the sriracha.
I encourage it.
One place you don't want to go is you don't want to leave your radio dial, because coming up we have the head coach of the Colonels, Deborah Spencer, and then Mr. Adam Gilbert, the head coach of the Fighting Blues from Parry McClurer. It's Altavista, it's Parry McClurer. It's on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in Virginia are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web to make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Back here on the Subway pregame show, it's the Altavista Lady Colonels taking on Parry McClurer. We're talking with the head coach of the Lady Colonels, Deborah Spencer. And Coach Spencer, a big win for you guys Wednesday to get to this point, and that was an elimination game. Now you don't have to win tonight, but obviously the goal is to win them all and keep hosting and keep playing the doubleheaders with the guys, right?
Yeah, that's the plan, is to keep winning. The other game, Wednesday night, extended our season, and tonight's game is, playing home, getting that home court advantage. But it's really about winning a title, winning a championship, and that's what you want these kids to strive for.
Yeah, this is the Conference 44 tournament, inaugural tournament, and you mentioned Wednesday. What'd you like what your team did on Wednesday against William Campbell?
I like that we won. I would have liked to execute a little bit better earlier in the game, but I like how unselfishly we played. I like the balance that we had and how hard we played, especially late in the game. I thought we made some good adjustments and played a really good third quarter.
Yeah, I thought you guys rebounded well, and not just your post players like Sydney Morris and Donegan and Chelsea Robinson, but really your guards too. And I think obviously it's one of your strong suits. Rebounding going to be important tonight.
Rebounding is always important. Limiting your defense ends with rebounds, and limiting the other team to second shots and higher percentage shots is what you're trying to do defensively. And on the offensive end, you want those easy baskets. You want those hustle points. So we put a lot of emphasis on it, and we hope that our size and athleticism can be an advantage to us.
Parry McClurer tonight, good opponent. You guys are the number 1 seed. They're the number 2. Tell us what you know about your opponent you're going to be facing tonight.
Fundamentally sound, disciplined, very balanced, well coached. They very much resemble a lot of the Shenandoah Valley teams that we've played in the regional before. They'll be prepared, and they have some good athletes, some good outside shooting. And again, like I said, they're very balanced and well disciplined.
Final thought for the evening. Bob and I were talking on Wednesday. You've been around. You got a couple state championships, one in basketball, one in volleyball. But, we were noticing you still get excited. You still get fired up down there. Would you agree with that, or is it just another walk in the park for you?
No, and it doesn't matter what game it is. The intensity level and my sideline show, for lack of a better word, goes on if it's a scrimmage or a summer league game, or if it's a postseason or regular season game. You get what you get, and the kids know that. If I'm sitting on the bench calm, the kids are afraid.
Right. Well, you're not Bobby Knight out there or anything, but you've been known to get a little excited.
I get a little excited, but get a little excited.
Well, it should be an exciting one tonight. Parry McClurer taking on the Lady Colonels of Altavista. Tip-off about 10 minutes away on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical Virginia high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans at $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker moon pie for $1 with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
All right, and we will start recording this interview, and this is going to air on our pregame show on the radio, and we will be... Adam Gilbert, the head coach of the Parry McClurer Fighting Blues, and the Blues and the Colonels playing the double dip in girls and boys today. Coach Gilbert hopes his squad can get it off to a good start in the Conference 44 championship game. And Coach, let's talk about what's been going right for you guys lately and getting you these W's and keeping your season going.
It's been our defensive pressure. We've been able to play pretty solid defense all year. We've been consistent on the defensive end. Our offense comes and goes, but for the most part, we've been consistent on defense, and that's led to led to some victories late for us here late in the season and allowed us to extend our season a little bit.
What do you know about Altavista, and what worries you about them off what you know?
I know they're athletic. I know they've got 2 kids inside that can really play. The Morse kid, she's just a phenomenal athlete. And then I'm hoping I'm saying this kid's name right. Donegan, is that right? Donegan. Yeah. The Donegan kid inside, she's a pretty good player. And they've got experience. They've been there and they've done that. I know they had some success in volleyball this season, and last year in the basketball they made it to the finals. So they've been there. They've been tested. And this is kind of our first taste at it, first crack at it. So their experience and being in this situation before, they have to feel like they have the upper hand there. So we've got to work that out for it.
It may sound weird because everybody loves to play at home, and everybody would love that home game rather than the road game. But do you think that in a way that there's any pressure off of you guys because you are on the road?
No. I don't think there's. As we talked today in practice, I don't think there's any pressure on us. We just have to go out and play. I thought when we semifinal game against Cumberland at home, I thought the pressure did come there early on. We were a little tight, tense, got us off to a slow start, but as we relaxed and settled in, we started to play a little better. But going on the road, playing in a tough environment, Altavista, we're going to have pressure on us. They're going to have pressure on them. If you want to say there's pressure, but it's not a do or die situation. There's going to be another game after this. We just would like to be able to play at home instead of traveling 3.5 hours away to play at Colonial Beach or Northumberland. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you got to play the hand you're dealt. Talking to Adam Gilbert, the head coach of the Parry McClurer Fighting Blues. And Coach, one other thing that you talked about with the pressure is, kind of just throw the pressure out the window. Do you just tell your girls, hey, play this like any other game, don't worry about it, kind of just go out? Because, sometimes the pressure can allow some mistakes.
And I saw that. I saw that against our. And I've already mentioned this, but I saw that against our semifinal game against Cumberland. The kids were tight, but we're just going to go out and play, and that's what we preach today in practice. We just got to show up tomorrow and just play our game, and we're going to give it our best shot. And I know Altavista is going to give us their best shot, and if our best is better, then we'll win. If it's not, then we'll go home and get ready for Tuesday.
Is there a number in your mind, and obviously you want to just have one more point than Altavista, but you mentioned them being athletic and your offense kind of coming and going. Is there an area you feel like you need to score in?
If we could get it, if we could get it to the 50s or the 60s, and we're capable of doing that. If we have everyone showing up, we can score 50s and 60s. I'd like to get it to the 50 or 60 range, but Altavista is, they're athletic. They can get out and go, and if we can't contain the Morse and Donegan, they can score some points real quick on us. And not just those two. I saw them play against Chatham earlier this year with the Morse kid not playing, and they've had some other kids step up big for them with her being out. So we've got a handful, no doubt about it.
How much do you feel that the guard play could be a big deal? Because you talk about Morris and Donegan, they're the older veteran players who are down low, but some of the Altavista players down low are a bit younger and haven't been in as many of these situations. Is it important that you can force turnovers in the backcourt and along the perimeter?
It is, and that's what we're going to try to do that. But Altavista, we're not going to throw anything at Altavista that they haven't seen this year. It's just a matter of us executing defensively and offensively. But yes, they're guards. I know they are young, but I watched when I went and scouted and played Chatham. Taylor Kraft had a heck of a ball game from the outside on the perimeter. She drained 4 threes there in the second half, and she's a shooter. She can play. Like I said, I keep saying this, but we're going to have our hands full. There's no doubt about it.
Final question for you, Coach. Definitely appreciate your time. Give me some names that if I'm calling them on the radio against the Colonels, it could be a good thing for the Fighting Blues and give you guys a victory.
Lindsey Chittum. Lindsey Chittum, she's kind of been our mainstay this year, scoring for us. She's little guards. She'll play for us. Katie Patterson. Ashley Austin, Mackenzie Wheeler. If Mackenzie Wheeler can get on the board, and she's going to have a time because we don't have anybody in our district that has Morris's athletic ability inside. So if she can get on the boards and bang a little bit more on the boards with Morris and come away with, she's averaging 10 rebounds a game for us. If she comes away with 10 tomorrow, I feel like we have a pretty good chance of getting out of there with a victory.
Coach, definitely best of luck against the Colonels, and we'll talk to you down the line.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Tip-off coming up right after this on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for lunch?
E&S Mart.
E&S Mart? I knew they had the best gas prices in town, but lunch too?
You can get 2 hot dogs and chips for $2.99.
Wow, $2.99?
Yep, high-quality Nathan's and Jesse Jones hot dogs with over 30 items from the topping bar, so you can load it up the way you want.
Okay, so let's go to E&S Mart on Lynch Mill Road, across from the elementary school.
With the best selection of craft beers in the area.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas Built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Subway pregame show rolls along. Altavista, Parry McClurer. Ladies first here on a Friday night from Altavista High School. And, Kyle, Altavista, 8 players got in the books earlier this week on Wednesday against William Campbell, notching 49 points total. Parry McClurer knocked off Cumberland up in Buena Vista, 56-31. And like Altavista, they had 2 really big quarters to where they scored double digits and Cumberland in single digits. And it's hard to win games when you're not getting when you're getting outscored by that margin.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a common trait for both these ball clubs. Very good defensively. They can shut their opponents down. And then on the offensive end, they're going to have a couple different players that can score. I mean, for the Lady Colonels, I think we know about, we'll call them the big 3 seniors, Chelsea Robinson, Kalia Donegan, and Sydney Morris. But plenty of other people can pitch in there and put it in the hoop as well, Bob.
Yeah, 33 of the 49 points on Wednesday came from the big 3, but you've got to watch out for Katie Patterson and Ashley Austin and Mackenzie Wheeler, maybe the big 3 from Parry McClurer. Patterson notched 17 on Wednesday. Austin threw in 17, and Wheeler the double-double, 11 points and 16 boards.
Yeah, 16 rebounds in a game, pretty impressive. I'm sure we've seen some people in Altavista history do that, but that's no small feat whatsoever. So that's going to be an important trend tonight, I think, to be keeping an eye on for Parry McClurer. No seniors on the roster for the Lady Blues this year.
And you heard Coach Gilbert talk about it. He thinks his team can go off for a large number of points if need be. But, defense is probably going to be the calling card for both teams in this game. And I think one thing Parry McClurer wants to do, and, Coach Gilbert acknowledged it, we can't let them go off athletically, meaning Altavista.
Yeah, I think he'd like to keep the Lady Colonels in check as far as their transition game. And, not let Morris and Donegan just completely rule the paint inside there, whether it be on the offensive glass or the defensive glass. I think Lady Blues are going to have to, you heard Coach Spencer mention the rebounding, how it was important in every game. It's going to be a factor here tonight, too.
8 steals also by Katie Patterson. Sometimes a steal can lead to transition points. And, that might also be one of the keys to the game tonight, because even though Sydney, kind of a taller player, she can really move out from behind the arc and really drive to the basket, not maybe your traditional post player like, a Stacey Shepard was in the past.
Yeah, Sydney Morris is a fantastic player in a lot of regards, but you're right. She's not just your traditional back to the basket and throw it in the low block type of post player. She can catch it on the perimeter. She can dribble. She's got the jump shot. She's, one of the most well-rounded basketball players I think we've ever seen.
Now, the good news for both of these teams tonight is the season's not over, win or lose.
Right. Yeah, both of these teams are advancing on to regional play. Like we mentioned, the winner of this will be hosting regionals, and you'll host the whole way out as long as you keep winning. So that's important. That'd be big for the Lady Colonels. It'd be big for the guys' squad as well. We'd love to have these double headers all next week, but got to take care of business too. You can't just dream about it.
Absolutely. Two good squads coming in tonight from Parry McClurer, and let's go ahead and run down some of the people who are helping with tonight's game, Kyle Haney.
Yeah, before we get to the starting lineups from both ball clubs, our starting lineup features folks like the One Stop Mart, your one-stop for food, gas, and beverages. Fellers Chevrolet, a short drive will save you money. English's, your complete home center. Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Services, a family serving family since 1905. Apple Markets, check out the weekly specials at all 3 Altavista locations. David W. Shreve, attorney at law. If you're facing a legal matter, don't do it alone. Sonny Merriman, we are Virginia's bus company. E&S Mart, largest selection of craft beers in the area. And English Construction Company, wishing our high school athletes an exciting and injury-free game. And, of course, Bob, if you listen online at kdcountry.com, you can thank Walmart on the Clarion Road in Altavista for that. Save money, live better, Walmart.
And if you listen later on, you can do that as well. It's kind of like the on-demand version.
Exactly. That's at our YouTube page. And that's brought to you by Fellers Chevrolet. They're online at fellersdirect.com.
First Conference 44 tournament final. It'll be Altavista, and it will be Parry McClurer. Kyle Haney, let's take a timeout, and then we will come back with basketball. It's Altavista, it's Parry McClurer. It's the Conference 44 finals here from Altavista High School on your home for Colonels Athletics, 105.5 KD Country.
English Construction Company has been in the building business since 1909, so it's only natural that they appreciate the building process. They recognize the fact that organized sports programs build character as well as bodies and minds. They know that high school sports build our youth into more well-rounded and more productive adults. English Construction Company is proud to be a sponsor of high school sports and salute all athletes, coaches, and teachers. A word of praise and encouragement from English Construction Company with offices in Lynchburg.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Fellers Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
National anthem wrapping up here at Altavista High School. Great job by the Altavista chorus with the national anthem tonight. Altavista and Parry McClurer. It is Conference 44, the finals. Altavista, Parry McClurer. Kyle Haney, you have some interesting information. It's called starting lineups.
Yeah, it's not exactly essential, but pretty close to it anyway. For the visiting Lady Blues tonight from Parry McClurer, they're going to go with number 3, Lindsay Chudham, a junior. Number 4, another junior, Katie Patterson. Number 21, Mackenzie Wheeler. She's a sophomore. Number 25, Christina Van Brocklin. She's a junior. And number 31, Ashley Austin, another junior. So 4 juniors in the starting lineup, 1 sophomore, and as I mentioned, no seniors on the roster for Parry McClurer.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, but no matter what, it's going to be a good learning experience tonight for the Fighting Blues.
Yeah, and you heard Coach Gilbert mention that there were some nerves out there Wednesday night against Cumberland in the semifinal matchup. We'll see if they're there again tonight on the road in Altavista. Lady Colonels are going to start some familiar faces. They'll go with number 12, a senior, Chelsea Robinson. Number 15, a senior, Sydney Morris. Number 22, sophomore Taylor Craft. Number 30, the other senior, Kalia Donegan. And number 32, sophomore Victoria Burgess in the starting lineup tonight for the Altavista Colonels.
It should be a good one. It's Altavista, and it is Parry McClurer, and it's Altavista High School. And the starting lineup for Altavista just getting ready to get underway. Lindsay Chittum's birthday today. The banner was whipped out. You know you're big time. There was no banner for you on Wednesday night wishing you a happy belated.
Very good point. And the class of the Altavista athletic program, a lot of places, if you said, hey, we got a player, it's her birthday,
right.
Would you announce it? Some people might say, no, it's Conference 44 tournament final here.
Serious business.
Right.
We can't be doing birthday shout-outs or hellos out there.
Right, and you heard Miss Donegan, the lovely and talented public address announcer here at Altavista for the girls. She got excited about the birthday wishes to the opposing player, so that's good.
Always exciting to wish a happy birthday. Altavista, give me a couple keys to the game in your opinion, Kyle, as you're going to be doing the color for this game.
Well, we've already talked about the rebounding. I think it's important for Altavista to use their size on their athleticism on the glass. People like Morris, Donegan, and Robinson obviously are going to be the big three there, but really dominate the glass. And the other thing I think maybe is that Coach Spencer's talked about some of these players for Altavista haven't been around, but some of them have. So use that experience, use the seniority, if you will, and use the fact that you've been already played in some big games in your career. Use that to your advantage, because we talked about Parry McClurer. They're pretty young, and they haven't played in as many big games.
Don't know what to be afraid of.
Exactly.
You can spin it from that side.
Sure.
I mentioned to Coach Gilbert, do you feel the pressure's being taken off by the fact you are going on the road? He took the other stance on that side. But, I think, both answers are correct. Because if you're playing at home, you're in front of the home crowd. But if you're playing on the road, pressure is kind of off.
Right. No, absolutely. I think it's a valid point. Mike Cartalero's touched on that at times this year, the difference between playing at home and on the road. Sometimes it is easier to go on the road. Decent crowd here in the gym tonight. I don't know, 50% full right now. I'm sure as the game goes on, it will get fuller. And the Lady Blues have certainly brought a big contingent of fans up from Buena Vista, or down from Buena Vista,
whole team,
I think, maybe.
Really, because with the girls and the guys, the town has transported down south a little bit tonight to Altavista.
Well, and that's the plus about playing girls and guys. That is an advantage there.
A few times back in the day, we had the Altavista Riverheads, girls and boys, both in the same spot. Sydney Morris is going to jump for Altavista. The Colonels will be going to our right, and they are dressed in the white uniforms. Parry McClurer is dressed in the road blues, white striping down the side. Lady on the top, number beneath, blues on the bottom. It is written in white, outlined in black. Altavista's lettering is in black and outlined in orange, with the black stripe down the side with orange down the pants leg.
Sydney Morris, the jump circle for the Altavista Colonels. Blues have everybody on their side, so they expected Morris to win that jump ball. She does.
Christina Van Brocklin jumped for the Blues, but the Blues ready to go to defense right away. Basketball belongs to the Colonels. Taylor Kraft whips it around, now in the hands of Robinson. Back over to Victoria Burgess. Burgess feeds Robinson in the corner. Robinson looking for somewhere to go, and will just feed it back out to Burgess. Now Morris passes down low to Donegan. Winds up in the hands of Ty Gafford. He's never been afraid to take the shot when he gets the rock.
The man took a lot of big shots in his playing days back as a Appomattox Raider not so long ago, but unfortunately he's standing out of bounds, and he's not a girl, so he wouldn't be on the team.
And he's out of eligibility, so 3 strikes and you're out. Chelsea Robinson picks up the steal in the backcourt. Robinson gives it over to Burgess. And, with just what I'm seeing so far, just with the pace and everything, I think 60s is a bit of a dream. Now, granted, things can pick up, in just a mere matter of moments, but both teams kind of slowing it down. Blues, it looks like, sticking to a 2-3 right now.
Yeah, the 2-3 zone is also going to slow some things down in this ball game. It's really going to make Altavista have to be patient, but Altavista is very good against that 2-3 zone. You got Donegan and Morris. A lot of times one will be on the high post, one will be on the low post, and that's a very potent combination.
Robinson, far side, now over to Donegan, pitches back out to Burgess. A lot of people like man-to-man, but if you play the zone right and you play it disciplined, I think it's just as good. Robinson gets to the rack and is going to get fouled.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Boeheim up at Syracuse could probably attest to that, but there's certainly advantages and disadvantages to both. Robinson will shoot 2 on the free throw stripe. Foul win against Christina Van Brocklin, her first, team's first. We have 6:45 to play in the Apple Market first quarter, and Robinson breaks the ice with the scoring. It's a 1-0 early Altavista Lady Colonel lead.
Then, you know, back in the day, John Chaney, Temple played that 2-3 matchup zone more so. Robinson misses a second. More than one way to skin a cat. Parry McClurer with the basketball. It's in the hands of Chittum. Gives it up. In the corner it goes. Now back out to Chittum. Birthday girl brings it around with the right hand. Gets it over to Katie Patterson. Patterson goes inside, and the foul is going to be called on Altavista. And the foul is going to go against Chelsea Robinson. It will be her first. And Parry McClurer in the stack for the inbounds. Fighting Blues with it. Chittum will pull it back. Colonels are man-to-man, it looks like, at this time. Van Brocklin. Now swung to Austin.
I think the Lady Colonels are in a 2-3 zone themselves, Bob, but they're stretching their zone out a little bit more, and they're going to get a steal out of it right there.
Burgess picks up the loose change. Gets it over to Kraft. Now Morris in the corner. Gives it back out to Burgess. Now over to Robinson. Back to Burgess. Over to Morris. Morris sticks it inside. Donegan underneath. Can't finish. Gets their second shot. That won't go down either. Rebounded by Ashley Austin. A lot of good basketball action going tonight. We'll try to keep you up to date on other games as well as this one. Not sure if the opponents for the winners of these two matchups tonight are playing tonight or tomorrow. Yes. McClure gets it back to Patterson.
Some folks are playing on Saturday, but I'll tell you, Friday night in late February, Bob, great for basketball.
Long shot by Chittum. It's overshot. It's picked up by Sydney Morris. You know, Mark Hanks used to always talk about the Friday night lights of football. This is a different Friday night lights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one that probably equals the football scene when you get late in the season like this.
Yeah, you're really getting the spotlights now on you as Burgess gives it over to Kraft. Now Donegan. Donegan catches, turns, fires, gets it up, won't go down. And it's going to be a traveling call before Kalia got it. Parry McClure is going to check in a sub. It's going to be Mikaelin Higgins to check in. She's joined by Ashley Austin, Mackenzie Wheeler, Patterson, and Chittum. Altavista with the steal. Robinson's going to bring it the other way.
Well, we're under 5 minutes to go now in the Apple Market first quarter, Bob, and I don't think the Lady Blues have even got a shot attempt yet.
Got
Altavista's
one.
Defense, they do have the one, you're right. But Altavista's D, pretty stifling.
Well, and it's not like Altavista's got a lot of tallies under the shots attempted.
True.
Page either. Burgess with the basketball. And I'll give Parry McClure's defense credit for that. That pass to Donegan, a touch high, picked up by Parry McClure. Now over to Lindsey Chittum. Chittum with the basketball, lost it and picks it back up. 5'3" junior guard gives it up to Katie Patterson. Now back over to Chittum. In the corner to Austin. Austin converged on there by a double team, and Chelsea Robinson, not part of the double team, gets a steal. Robinson comes down all the way and lays it up with the left. Timeout, Parry McClurer. Coach Adam Gilbert will take a 30. We will observe the stoppage as well. It's the first quarter. It's 4:04 left. It's Altavista 3. It's Parry McClurer 0. You're listening to 105.5 KD Country.
English is so much more. English is more than a hardware store. English is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you. Get the quality you really need. That's English is so much more. English is more than a hardware store. English is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista leads Parry McClurer 3-0. We thank you for joining us tonight here as we are heading to the 6 o'clock hour. Bob and Kyle here from Altavista High School, first of two. Patterson with the basketball. Great defense by Burgess, and Chelsea Robinson gets inside the passing lane and gets the intercept.
Yeah, great team defense from the Lady Colonels, and Chelsea Robinson's come away with quite a few steals early on.
3 by Kraft. It's too long. Robinson keeps it alive. Now over to Burgess. Lobs it up for Donegan. Donegan goes underneath to Morris. Morris comes underneath, stripped. And they obviously know about the reputation that Sydney Morris can put it on the floor and create for herself. Donegan can't hit. Gets her own rebound. Takes a shot up. No good. Rebound's loose. Picked up by the Fighting Blues. Logan Buzzard now in the game. She's a sophomore. And the coat has come off for Adam Gilbert here in the first quarter. 3:12 to go. Don't think he's extremely frustrated with the play right now at all. It's been a solid affair. Chittum for three. She ties it. Chittum right in front of that Altavista bench. Throws it up from the wing, and it goes down, and we are all square at three.
Well, birthday girl knocks one in from the left-hand arc there, and I mentioned Parry McClurer hadn't got a lot of shots up, but if you score 3 points per shot, maybe you don't need to shoot that much, right?
Kind of a, early blowing out the candles when you hit the trifecta. Never made a three on my birthday. Burgess over to Morris. Morris right in front of the free throw stripe. Sinks the jumper, and Altavista goes back in front. 5-3. 2.5 to go in the opening frame.
Well, we talked about Sydney Morris. She's the total package there. Nice soft jump shot from the 14-foot mark right there, and gets 2 more points. Lady Colonels with the 5-3 lead.
Parry McClurer with the rock. Buzzard going the wrong way, going backward. Ball is loose on the floor, picked up by Parry McClurer. And they're going to call a foul on Altavista.
Might be on Chelsea Robinson again. No, they're going to call it on Burgess.
That's her first. 2 team fouls against the Colonels. Substitutions enter for Parry McClurer. Van Brocklin and Austin come back in. Tell you what, that loose ball was very dangerously close to the midcourt stripe.
I was thinking about that too, and there may have been a deflection in there which would have washed out any backcourt violation. But I definitely agree with you. It looked like Parry McClurer was just sort of laying across the half-court stripe.
Well, and I was going to ask you that. I mean, if you're in the front court but your toes are just over the line, I mean, are you still backcourt in that situation? I know the deflect washes it away.
Once you come all the way in the front court, no part of you can touch that half-court line. But you do see some interesting situations because you do have to get all the way in the front court. You can be straddling the line and you're still in the backcourt.
Chittum with it. Normally, you just don't see people laying down, though.
True.
When their feet are over the line. Van Brocklin, or Austin, pardon me, has that squirt through the wickets and double teamed. And the foul, I think it's going to be second on somebody because Robinson and Burgess were both in the neighborhood.
Yeah, great point. They're going to get Chelsea Robinson with it. It is her second. Third on Altavista as a team. It looks like Lady Colonels are going to send in Taylor Graves at the next dead ball situation, probably to get Chelsea Robinson.
Casey Cox and Brittany Mason are also in there right now for Altavista. And, if you're Parry McClurer and you're cognizant of the situation, that might be a situation where you just hope you can get Robinson to pick up a cheap third.
Sure, yeah.
Somehow before the horn can sound to get Taylor Graves in.
Right. Maybe if you could even have an isolation play where you clear everybody out and just drive against Chelsea Robinson. But that's pretty advanced.
Right. Jumper was a set shot by Mackenzie Wheeler. It did not fall. Rebounded by Altavista. Sid will bring it up herself. Now over to Burgess. Burgess finds it to Cox right side. Casey will put it on the floor once and pick it up. Now over to Burgess. Burgess facilitates towards the left. Graves over to Burgess. Lobbed up top to Mason. Mason will put it down. Pitches back to Graves. Altavista does not seem like they want to make this Lakers-Celtics either from the 80s.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty patient here against this zone. They don't want to work themselves into any bad shots, and they know with their size, it would be great if they could draw the zone out and then throw it back inside again. But sometimes that's easier said than done, especially with a disciplined team like the Lady Blues look like they're going to be.
Burgess bounce pass into Mason. Mason puts it on the floor once. Now over to Casey Cox. I'll tell you, Altavista's probably nice lob pass over top from Mason to Graves.
It really was a great look right there on the find. Parry McClurer come down quickly in transition. Sydney Moore not really moving around at full strength. And Coach Spencer sees it and wants to get her off the court.
Official will call the timeout to have that happen. I'll bet you Altavista in the last 2 possessions, though, has, during the touches, have probably had 3 times to where they put the ball on the floor 1 time and picked up the dribble.
Right. Yeah, great point. I mean, it's one thing if you catch the pass and don't start your dribble yet, but you're right. Just 1 or 2 dribbles and then you kill the dribble really limits your effectiveness as an offensive player. So that's a very good point by you.
Donegan over to Graves. Boy, I love it when you say that.
I know. It's rare.
Back over to Cox. Mason, because I know it's so hard. It's like, you have to just grin and bear it there for a moment. Mason with the basketball over to Graves. Graves bounce pass down low to Donegan. Donegan gets loose, and the foul is going to go against Mackenzie Wheeler. It'll be the second team foul on the Fighting Blues, the first on Wheeler, if it is on her.
And, you know, Kalia Donegan had been working hard for this entire first quarter, Bob, but didn't really have any points to show for it. She'd missed some close shots that she probably would like to have back, but a good job getting it close to the basket there. Does knock down the first free throw with 18.5 seconds left. It's an 8-3 Lady Colonel lead.
This was 3-3, by the way, at one point.
Well, in a low-scoring game, a 5-0 run might be a lot. I mean, normally a 5-0 run isn't very big, but now it's a 6-0 run. Donegan makes both of them.
9-3, Altavista with the lead. Patterson catches, makes the extra pass underneath, and the bucket, and the foul. 10.5 seconds stopped on the clock. Has Mackenzie Wheeler made a foul on the other end? Well, now she will be the victim of the foul shooting.
The foulee.
Yes, as it was the second foul against Altavista and the second foul on Burgess.
Free throw goes in, rattled off both front and back iron. Lady Colonel's going to have 10.5 seconds left here. Bob, got to go the length of the court, and Parry McClurer throwing some full court pressure at him. Down to 6 seconds. Donegan will catch it just in the backcourt. She breaks the timeline. They're going to say off of Donegan, Bob, so it'll be Parry McClurer ball with 2.8 seconds. So that's probably enough for a catch-and-shoot situation. More than enough, maybe even a dribble or two.
And, you know, I mean, you can really have a situation to where the pass could have gone in the front court. The long three is up and in and out by Chittum as she was beyond half court. It won't get you $5 in this game, but it would get you 3 points. It did not, though. 9-6 is their score after 8 minutes of play. We'll take a 1-minute timeout and come back with more on 105.5 KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch and Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch and Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch and Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans are $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker moon pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista and Parry McClurer 9-6 as we have completed 8 minutes of play. Here from Altavista High School, Bob Alvis and my trusted tag team partner, Kyle Haney. Casey Cox with the basketball. Cox, bounce pass over to Victoria Burgess. Burgess puts it on the floor with her left. Now gives it up to Taylor Graves. Chelsea Robinson has 2 fouls, so does Burgess. Brittany Mason with the rock.
And Sydney Morris is out on the sideline getting her ankle taped up. I would assume we'll see her again, but you just never quite know. I think they're probably going to tape it, and she'll go in the back and run around a little bit and make sure it's okay.
Cox over to Donegan. Donegan between the circles. Now Graves right wing. Now over to Cox. Cox, free throw line extended, throws it away. Tried to get it back. The ball is still loose. Picked up, and Chittum was just cherry picking kind of right there in the backcourt as she kind of got stopped. Misses a shot. Rebound is loose. Picked up by Parry McClurer, and the foul. And it will send Mackenzie Wheeler back to the stripe for 2.
Well, I like what Wheeler did there. I mean, she knew that she had the Altavista defense really in a bad position, so she took it to the basket hard. Foul ends up going against, I believe, Brittany Mason.
Yep.
And she knew Mason was up in the air, so she went right at her, got the foul. Does miss the first free throw.
5 team fouls on the Colonels, by the way.
Yeah. Sydney Morris is checking back in the game, along with Taylor Kraft as well.
And, you know, going back to my days when I was a volleyball manager at Jefferson Forest, our assistant coach and junior varsity coach, Martha Hicks, would always use the word scrappy a lot. And that's the word that comes to mind with Parry McClurer.
Agreed.
Burgess is going to get called for a screen.
Illegal
That's foul
screen.
number 3.
Yep, that's not good news. That's one of your starters right there for Coach Deborah Spencer. She's probably going to have to put a sub in. Doesn't have to, but you would think she'd like to have Burgess around for the 3rd and 4th quarters.
Brandy Bell is going to enter, but not until the play can stop.
Yeah, Burgess is going to have to play with 3 fouls, and this is another one of those situations, like you said, if you could go right at her.
Underneath and loose was Parry McClurer. Wheeler for 2. Deborah Spencer not happy. Wants a timeout. 9-8. Altavista leads by 1. We'll take the timeout as well right here on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for lunch?
E&S Mart.
E&S Mart? I knew they had the best gas prices in town, but lunch too?
You can get 2 hot dogs and chips for $2.99.
Wow, $2.99?
Yep, high-quality Nathan's and Jesse Jones hot dogs with over 30 items from the topping bar, so you can load it up the way you want.
Okay, so let's go to E&S Mart on Lynch Mill Road, across from the elementary school.
With the best selection of craft beers in the area.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Bob and Kyle back here. Deborah Spencer not real happy calling that timeout. 9-8 is our score. Adjustments Altavista needs to make, in your opinion, right now?
Got to take care of the basketball a little better and avoid some of those silly fouls. I think that was probably the 2 things Coach Spencer really harped on in the timeout.
I think you're really seeing the youth right now as well of playoff basketball.
Good point.
With Altavista Kraft with the rock.
And you really saw it when Morris was on the sideline and also Chelsea Robinson on the sideline with the fouls. You really only had the one senior and Donegan out there.
Kraft's 3 will hit off the rim and hit off the board and fall out. Well, and I mean, Deborah Spencer has acknowledged, this is not the most, we're losing experience a lot in terms of playoffs, in terms of people who have played. Wheeler in and out, gets the board and the foul's on Donegan. And that is only Talia's first, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think you're right.
7th, though, on the Colonel. So from here on out in the next 6-12 of this Apple Market quarter number 2, free throws are going up one way or another for the Fighting Blues.
Yeah, bonus situation. Altavista already with the 7 team fouls. 6:12 remaining in the Apple Market second quarter, Bob. You can check out the weekly specials at all 3 Altavista area locations. Free throw does go in. It's a 9-9 ball game here from Altavista High School.
Wheeler gives Parry McClurer its first lead of the game at 10-9. Altavista led this thing 9-3, Kyle, in the first.
Well, we talked about the runs. Lady Colonels had a run of their own. Lady Blues are on a run right now.
Morris goes to the hole. Offensive foul.
Well, I'm not 100% sure that I agree with the call, but, give Parry McClurer great credit here. They're really got the momentum on their side. They're using it. Foul is just Sydney Morris's first.
Unfortunately, our opinion counts for a hill of beans.
None, yeah.
On that, Parry McClurer right now has got all the momentum in the world, and this is not a partisan crowd tonight.
Yeah, it's a good crowd, too. And, the Parry McClurer fans still filing in from their long trip. Some of them probably couldn't get off work too early. Altavista Lady Colonel fans, same way. They've got people piling in, too. This gym's going to be full here in a little bit. Gym's going to have the roof torn off it here in a little bit just from the Parry McClurer fans getting excited about the basketball they're playing.
12-9.
Wow.
And I'll tell you, when Altavista is playing on Parry McClurer with Cardellero's connections, it feels weird. Even with it being girls, it just feels like, Parry McClurer has a connection here. Basketball knocked out because Coach Adam Gilbert, we haven't talked about this, is actually a cousin of Mike Cardellero.
Yeah, so a lot of the family in town. Another 3-ball attempt on the way from Blues. No good.
Chittum, no good. The candles cooled on that one. 6 points, though, from Chittum. So far, Blues lead 13-9. I said 12. It was a 3 by Chittum. Bell over to Kraft. Kraft had a screen from Donegan, and it will be knocked out of bounds by Parry McClurer. The Blues have come to play, though, too. I mean, Altavista, I don't think, obviously, Deborah Spencer, you heard her say it last week or last game in the pregame interview. They take every opponent seriously and prepare for them hard. But I'll tell you, if anybody thought Altavista was just going to, get a red carpet treatment, not to be. Foul is going to go against Mackenzie Wheeler.
Great point, Bob. I think Coach Spencer knew they were going to be in for a dogfight. And maybe the early lead that the Lady Colonels built up back when it was 9-3, maybe that maybe that fooled some of the fans into thinking it was going to be easy. But the Blues storming back. They lead 13-9. Under 5 minutes to play here in the Apple Market second quarter. Altavista basketball.
Higgins will check in. Parry McClurer, who in the former, I believe, Three Rivers or Pioneer. Now I've kind of confused myself. I believe I don't know.
Pioneer.
Yeah, I think you're right. Cox will fire from beyond. Three-pointers. Oh, they're going to call it a 2. Said the foot was on the line. I thought she was behind it when firing it, but it's 13-11.
Well, it was real close, Bob. It may have just been a shoelace on the line, but a nice long jump shot there from Casey Cox. That'll help bring out the Parry McClurer zone and make some room inside. Jump ball tie-up.
Possession. The Blues.
Yeah, possession arrow favoring Parry McClurer, but it's a great defensive play there, though, because you switch the possession arrow, so next time there's a jump ball, basketball goes to Lady Colonels.
And, you know, Parry McClurer might not have the most athletic groups, but everything you've heard out of the Pioneer from a lot of people is both teams very well coached, very well disciplined. The ladies showing that so far in game one.
Certainly. Adam Gilbert has a good squad. It's a young squad, but they are very well schooled, and we've already seen them make some pretty sharp offensive and defensive plays.
Lobbed up top and thrown into the cheap seats, and one of the guy coaches, I believe, for the Parry McClurer team will catch it. Can't walk away with that one. Souvenirs have to be given back. Cox with it midway through the Apple Market second quarter. Sydney Morris looking to get 2 back. In and out, no good. Sid gets her own rebound. That won't fall. And we're going the other way.
Foul on Sydney Morris, I believe, on the over the back. 3:53 remaining. That is her second. It is a 13-11 Parry McClurer lead. They're shooting the 1-and-1 there on Sydney Morris' second foul. It's the 9th team foul for Altavista. Next one, the Lady Colonels commit, Bob. Parry McClurer going to be shooting 2 here on out, and we do still have almost a full 4 minutes left to go in the Apple Market second quarter.
On the floor for Altavista, you have Brittany Mason, Casey Cox, Kalia Donegan, Taylor Kraft, and Brandy Bell. Altavista gets the rebound off the missed free throw.
Yeah, free throw by Donegan. Free throw missed there, corralled by Donegan on the rebound.
Cox goes right back to her. Donegan with the nice spin move. Can't fall. Donegan taps it. Tries to keep it alive. No good on the rebound attempt. Parry McClurer gets it. 13-11 Blues. Cross court. Stuck inside. Nobody home, though, as I don't know that the pass was really being anticipated. I think number 33, Higgins, thought Austin was going to fire it into the hole. 3:24, Apple Market second quarter, 13-11, Fighting Blues. Blues trailed all of the first quarter, 9-6, but they have been on a run really for a while now with an Altavista bucket at one point. Mason and Cox trying to tie her up.
Timeout by Parry McClurer.
Adam Gilbert will take a full 1-minute timeout. We'll take it as well. 3 minutes and 13 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Parry McClurer leads Altavista 13-11.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in Virginia are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
13-11, Altavista has trailed the whole second quarter. Well, not the whole second quarter. It got early on, but the Colonels have had very few points to show in this quarter. Donegan attempts to steal, can't get it. Shot is up by Parry McClurer, no good, and it's going to ricochet out of bounds off the Fighting Blues. It was 9-6 Altavista at the end of the first quarter. Parry McClurer scored the next 7. Made it 13-9, and then Casey Cox's long 2, 13-11 is where we stand. Donegan comes down, and they're going to call a blocking foul.
Yeah, foul's going to be on number 25, Christina Van Brocklin. That's just the 5th team foul for Parry McClurer. I believe it's Van Brocklin's second. And this will put Kalia Donegan on the free throw stripe. Said she was in the act of shooting.
So Donegan will have 2. And, you know, Kyle, you mentioned earlier, I said something, we were talking about something on the way over, and I said, you know, and you said if I had a nickel for every time you said that. Well, let's bring out the broken record player again. Free throws in a game like this, crucial.
Absolutely. I think you're right. I think Altavista does feel pretty good about their free throw shooting. And you can see it right there as Kalia Donegan makes both. We're all tied up again, 13 all. 2:45 left to go here in the Apple Market second quarter.
Fighting Blues with the rock. Katie Patterson will dribble it around. She's guarded by Brandy Bell. Donegan tries to come away with the steal over to Cox. Cox gives it up to Donegan. Now Donegan back over to Kraft. Kraft on the wing feeds Kalia in the post, and Donegan gets it to go.
Well, great play right there. Kraft with a great bounce pass. Donegan with the positioning and then the finish on the inside. Good two-man game right there from the Lady Colonels to take the lead back. 15-13, they're up.
And you are a bounce pass fanatic, sir.
Absolutely.
15-13. Ball is ricocheted and knocked out of bounds. Altavista with the last touch. You know, most people campaigning for their favorite candidate on election day, but Kyle Haney has pamphlets that say vote bounce pass.
Bounce pass 2014. That's exactly right.
Parry McClurer inbounds it to Lindsey Chittum.
Keep calm and bounce pass on. That's another T-shirt we're going to make.
Oh.
2-point lead for the Lady Colonels here with just about 2 minutes to go in the half.
Shot is up in front of the free throw line. No good. Ball tapped around. Parry McClurer with this shot. No good. Brittany Mason with the rebound.
Good job by Mason inside. And this is a lineup out there right now. Once again, there's no Chelsea Robinson out there. There's no Sydney Morris out there.
Tell you, Donegan looks like she's gone to the Darius Johnson positioning school.
Yes.
There's a lot of battling down there in the post. They're going to call a foul against Altavista.
I think it was on Casey Cox, wasn't it?
Parry McClurer.
No.
It's against Altavista.
Yep. They actually called against Brittany Mason. Mason's second.
Yep.
10 team fouls on Altavista. Coach Spencer and the coaching staff kind of wondering about the call. I think maybe they thought it was a player control foul situation. Maybe they think she shouldn't be shooting 2 free throws. Now Coach Spencer made the jump ball signal, so maybe she thought it was a tie-up, or maybe one of the officials signaled tie-up. First free throw does go in. 15-14 Altavista lead. Second one on the way is no good.
That was buzzard at the line. 1 out of 2. Brandy Bell with the basketball. We're heading to a minute and a half. Colonels by 1. Donegan right at the free throw line. Got cut off. Now backs it out. Kraft for 3. In and out.
That had the crowd ready to erupt. A lot of people got on their feet when they saw that one was on track. Just rattled in and out. 1:20 to play in the half here. Altavista with the 1-point lead, 15-14.
I'll be honest with you. I wasn't prepared to say out. I thought that ball was down.
I agree. We had a good look at it, too, from our vantage point. It looked like it was about halfway down before it squirted out of the basket.
$1:05 to go. Parry McClurer looks like they could slow down, like they might,
be comfortable doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Got up in the air was Donegan. The shot by Parry McClurer, no good. The second shot by Buzzard, no good. Donegan and Buzzard both battle after it. Parry McClurer's third shot at it, no good. Ball still loose. Parry McClurer comes away with it again. Cox trying to tie up, and they're going to call a travel.
Yeah, Parry McClurer player, it looks like it was Mackenzie Wheeler, I think, Bob. She got that rebound somehow inside there against Altavista, but fell down. So good call on the travel, but a wild exchange right there. Good job by Altavista to come away without surrendering any points. They've still got the 1-point lead.
Brandy Bell catches a deflection. She's in the front court. 30 seconds to go here before intermission. Casey Cox with the basketball. Well, I don't think you can get into a habit of allowing 3 shots. Donegan, nice move to the hole, just won't fall. It's like that rim is greased. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, and these are shots that normally Altavista and Donegan in particular probably make more often than not. One of those nights, though.
Fires for 3. It's long. And the ball is being tapped around. And again, the same coach from Parry McClurer. He's like in the excitement splash zone, as I like to call it. 6.4 seconds to go. So Altavista's got to go. Cox needs some help. Kraft with it. Kraft throws it up to Donegan. Not aware of the clock, I don't think. Buzzer will turn and fire for 3. No good, and it'll bounce harmlessly out of bounds. to end the first half of play. 15-14 Altavista. As we head to the Subway halftime show, we will step aside for these words from our sponsors and be back on 105.5 KD Country.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
English is so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need. That's English is
So much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English is
is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Bob and Kyle back here from Altavista High School where the Colonels lead Parry McClurer 15-14. Kyle, and you know, for many years when we were up here with guys games, Kenny Hunt played the role of parent and announcer. Now Miss Donegan doing it, and you know, it gives the extra nerves to the announcer. I don't know, maybe nerves is not the correct word, but you know, I don't know. What is the correct word? We normally share a brain for these games.
I don't know. Our collective shared brain doesn't work very good sometimes either. But, yeah, Miss Donegan doing the double duty, not only the PA announcer, but also the mother of Kalia Donegan. So, yeah, she sort of wears
This
her
month's special
heart on her sleeve out there sometimes up here in the press box. Professionalism always a must with Miss Donegan.
Absolutely.
Though. You'd never know it if we didn't reveal that information to you. Lady Colonels, they're usually pretty professional and business-like. Just a one-point lead here, 15-14. You know, they were down for a lot of that second quarter, Bob, but stormed back to take that one-point lead. And it's clear that this is going to be a very, very good ball game.
I agree wholeheartedly, and we will come back and talk more about the first half, observations, thoughts, and more right here on the Subway Halftime Show. Altavista 15, Parry McClurer 14.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans are $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Subway halftime show rolls along, 15-14 Altavista. I'll tell you, Kyle, I stuck my head out the window here at intermission. It's going to be a good gate tonight for Altavista and for the Conference 44 tournament.
Yeah, I said something about it, I don't know when that was, midway through the first quarter, maybe second quarter, about the fans really from both sides still rolling in, people getting off work, making their way over here. And hopefully we got a lot of people in their cars listening to us on their way to their gym. But, yeah, it's going to be a pretty hefty crowd here, I think, in the second half of this one and then the start of the guys' game.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical scenario, though. Let's say you're not going to come to the game tonight and you're going to go to your own gym to work out and you want to know what's going on with the game. You don't have to keep texting a friend and asking them.
Right.
You can download the TuneIn app from your app store and search 105.5 KD Country or 105.5 WKD, and you can't miss it.
Yep.
And then you can just listen to the game from the smartphone or your tablet or listening device.
Right. Tablets, smartphones. You can listen to it with the TuneIn app. If you're just sitting around on your laptop, or even maybe you're one of these people like me and Bob that still got a desktop computer. They're vastly disappearing from the American landscape. Just go to kdcountry.com and click that Listen Live link. You can hear all the Colonel games there. And tell you, Bob, you can hear that KD Country Instant Auction next Saturday, March 1st, promptly beginning at 9 a.m. I'll tell you about some of the stuff we got on there in the Subway Intermission Report, as you called it. We'll dip into that auction a little bit more then.
What's the old saying, in like a lion and out like a lamb, or vice versa?
Whatever you want it to be, right?
I mean, if you want good deals and you think, you're going to get the soft deals, you can do that. Or if you want to get the deals and just come out roaring and scratching and clawing, then you're going to be a competitor on auction morning. Then you've got the lion and the lamb covered. Yes. I will not butcher any other animal references and take one final time out here in the Subway halftime show. 15-14 Altavista. We're back with halftime numbers and more on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for lunch?
E&S Mart.
E&S Mart? I knew they had the best gas prices in town, but lunch too?
You can get 2 hot dogs and chips for $2.99.
Wow, $2.99?
Yep, high-quality Nathan's and Jesse Jones hot dogs with over 30 items from the topping bar, so you can load it up the way you want.
Okay, so let's go to E&S Mart on Lynch Mill Road, across from the elementary school.
With the best selection of craft beers in the area.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas Belt bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Halftime numbers, Altavista leads 15-14 for the Colonels. 6 points from Kalia Donegan, 3 points from Chelsea Robinson, 2 apiece from Sydney Morris, Taylor Graves, and Casey Cox. Only 3 players have scored for Parry McClurer. Logan Buzzard had 1 free throw, 6 points from Lindsey Chittum, and it is Mackenzie Wheeler with 7. Those stats brought to you by me. You can visit the Sports Buffet podcast on Facebook and on YouTube. I guess that's the only thing I have to promote today.
But we can always promote the Subway, the great deals. You got to eat fresh at Subway. I told you the thing I love, Bob. 3 cookies for $1 after 7 o'clock. That's exciting. When you got a sweet tooth like me, and I'm tempted to just spend $5 only on cookies, honestly.
You know, a good thing for somebody like Dave or Elizabeth Haynes to do, too, would be to buy the office cookies, because I think you can get, like, that little 12 for, like, 5 or some. It's a good deal, whatever it is. Prices vary, but it is a good deal to get the cookie tray to take back to your office. And, you know, you always want to be more popular than the next guy.
Yeah. Hey, it's like Oscar and I always said, you know, you get Subway to cater your sales meeting and your office party, you're promoted by like 9 a.m. that day. You know, as soon as they find out that you're bringing Subway, you're probably like vice president of operations or something by then.
And, you know, there's always a big event going on,
exactly.
No matter what sport you like, with the invention of the Internet and YouTube and all that. And, you know, if you just want to have people over to watch a movie or whatever. Why
Subway.
get pizza?
Exactly.
Unless you're going to get it from Subway. You can do that.
Right.
But, I mean, you know, just go the Subway route, and it's always a good time at Subway. I saw Robert down there before the game. First question almost out of his mouth before, how are you, is how's your food?
Right.
So, obviously, you know, you don't see many owners that concerned. George Steinbrenner wasn't meeting people outside of Yankee Stadium and saying, how is the hot dog and the Coke there from the concession stand? So, Robert Duff does a great job for the community. Right now, Altavista trying to keep community pride going, as Parry McClurer is looking to beat their second Campbell County team in 3 days. They knocked off William Campbell on Wednesday.
Yeah.
In the guys variety, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I kind of got
threw me off because the girls played William Campbell. Early turnover here by the Lady Colonels. They won the didn't win the tip. There's no tip-off in the second half. They inbounded from the sideline, ended up throwing it away on the other sideline. Still the 1-point lead, 15-14, 7:50 to play in the Apple Market third quarter.
I could cover myself and say that school would try to get their second win against the Campbell County foe, but I just butchered it. So foul is called against the Lady Colonels.
Chelsea Robinson, now she has 3, Bob, and that's not a good sign. She was on the bench for most of the first half with foul trouble. Jump shot goes in for Parry McClurer. They've got the lead back.
Corner pocket, it was Austin. And Altavista stepping on the line.
Yep, another turnover there. So to start the second half, Bob, for the Lady Colonels, is 2 early turnovers, a foul on one of their starters, and then a loss of the lead on the jump shot there from Parry McClurer. Not exactly what Deborah Spencer had in mind coming out of the locker room.
And, you know, I mean, no matter what happens the rest of the way, the Colonels are not going to be probably graded with an A in every category tonight. But in postseason, Jimmy V said it best, survive and advance. Long jumper again from the corner. Lady Blues of Parry McClurer just kind of being sniperish.
That was Ashley Austin again. They're going to have another. Well, Sydney Morris saved Altavista from the steal there.
18-15. Kalia Donegan pull up, had it blocked. Parry McClure's got all the momentum in the world right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I would think if they score another basket, you'd see Coach Spencer burn another timeout, but we'll have to see what happens.
Patterson for 3. In. Right on the money, Kyle. Parry McClurer has gotten off to a 7-0 run to start this quarter. The lead has ballooned to 6. We'll take a timeout and come back with more after this 1-minute timeout. 6:46 to go. Quarter 3, 21-15, Parry McClurer.
English Construction Company has been in the building business since 1909, so it's only natural that they appreciate the building process. They recognize the fact that organized sports programs build character as well as bodies and minds. They know that high school sports build our youth into more well-rounded and more productive adults. English Construction Company is proud to be a sponsor of high school sports and salute all athletes, coaches, and teachers. A word of praise and encouragement from English Construction Company with offices in Lynchburg.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Colonels are going to have to be the comeback kids here in the second half. They're down 6 with 6:46 to go in the third quarter. Plenty of time, of course, but, I mean, you hate to be behind.
Yeah, really just not a good way to come out of the locker room for the Lady Colonels, and they're in trouble right here. They just do break that full court pressure from Parry McClurer.
Burgess, Donegan, Robinson, Mason, and Kraft on the court. Sydney Morris out of the game at this point. Kraft with the basketball. Got to wonder how 100% is that ankle. I don't think it's 100 at all.
Yeah, she injured it in the first quarter, came back in, got it taped up. Another turnover.
Patterson
Altavista
telegraphs the pass and lays it up and in. The lead has climbed to 8.
Yeah, Lady Colonel's just really on the wrong side of the momentum right now. They got to do something. Got to hit a big shot, or maybe not even a big shot, just hit some kind of a shot here to break the momentum that the Lady Blues have.
That Uncle Mo, he's a fickle fellow.
Mm-hmm.
Kraft over to Mason. Now to Burgess. And I guess, the hot hand is Donegan.
Right.
Robinson with the basketball out along the three-point line. Puts it on the floor. Robinson gets around. The shot is up, and it will rattle out. I tell you, the iron has been unkind to Altavista as well tonight.
They trail 23-15. 5:38 to go in the Apple Market third quarter.
Patterson throws it down low. Now the kick out to Chittum. Lobs it across to Patterson in the corner. Now the extra pass. Donegan had it for a moment, lost it. Diving on the floor after his Kraft. She threw the pass, but it was not to the right team, and Donegan is going to be called for the foul, the second foul of the half.
Donegan had the block. A little too much of the body, I think. Well, they actually said hit her with the arm. Second on Donegan. Sydney Morris is going to check in at the scorer's table here. Second team foul on the Lady Colonels as well. 5:20 to play in the Apple Market third quarter. It's a 23-15 Parry McClurer lead.
Wheeler back irons the first free throw. Tell you, if you're Altavista, I don't care if it's a free throw, a field goal, or a three right now. You just need some points going in.
Agreed. Got to get something going on the positive side of the ledger here and break some of this momentum that Parry McClurer has. 1 of 2 goes in for the Lady Blues.
24-15. Colonels have not scored since it was 15-13. And even Kyle Haney's math can tell you that's not good. 11-0 run for Parry McClurer.
Yeah, and they have not scored in this half yet either.
Not yet. 3 minutes have elapsed, but still, you would like to score by now. Burgess with the basketball. She's playing with 3. Chelsea Robinson's playing with 3. Burgess tries to go over top. It's taken away. Patterson lays it up, back irons it. And Altavista has it knocked away. But it was off Parry McClurer.
Yeah, Parry McClurer with a little swipe from behind. Lady Colonels still have possession.
Robinson across the court to Morris down in the front court. And I'll tell you, with the way Parry McClurer has missed some free throws and missed some layups, they're giving Altavista every chance in the world, but the Colonels are just not capitalizing. Chittum with the head fake, gets to the hole and gets it up and in. 26-15.
Coach Spencer's going to burn another timeout. Referees don't see her yet. They're not going to see her. Almost another turnover. She's still calling for it. Now the official sees it and grants the timeout.
I wonder if we need
request.
that red challenge flag. 30-second timeout will stop play with 4:37 to go here in quarter 3. Altavista down double digits, 26-15. The Parry McClurer on your home for Colonel Sports, 105.5 KD Country.
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Colonels trail by 11. They have the basketball. Taylor Kraft, Kalia Donegan, Victoria Burgess, Chelsea Robinson, and Sydney Morris, the starting 5 on the floor.
Way too many turnovers here in the first part of the third quarter, Bob. There's another one right there. Morris was looking for Donegan down low. Pass just was not on target.
Are the Colonels trying to complicate things too much in your estimation, or
maybe a little bit? You know, you've talked about it before anyway, about the length of the pass, and the Lady Colonels are really trying to throw a lot of long passes, cross-court passes, passes that are being in the air for 20 or 30 feet. It gives the other team a lot of time to run under those passes.
Chittum gets it over. Patterson overshoots, but a teammate right there in the foul. Burgess.
Yep, it's going to be Burgess's 4th for the Lady Colonels. 4th one on the team as well. It's a 10-point Parry McClurer lead. They're looking to stretch the lead out. 4:04 to play in the Apple Market third quarter. And Bob, Apple Market is a proud supporter of the Lady Colonels and high school sports fans everywhere. First free throw goes in. Make it a 12-point lead now.
Yep. A dozen. Casey Cox will enter for Burgess. And the first action for Erica Mabry tonight, as she will check in for Kraft. And Ashley Austin will look to make it the Baker's dozen.
Yeah, Austin was the one that hit the jump shots to start the quarter for Parry McClurer. So, she's a very accurate shooter. Second one on the way, and that goes in as well.
28-15.
Full court pressure has really bothered the Lady Colonels too, Bob. That's caused a lot of these turnovers that they've committed.
Almost had it turned over again. Robinson gets it, comes down, gets it to Morris. Mabry for 3. In. Maybe that can get Altavista going.
Boy, that's big. Erica Mabry with a nice catch and shoot right there from beyond the arc. The 3 ball goes down. Got the crowd back alive to it, 4-2 for the Lady Colonels.
Coming off the bench, just stone cold, too.
Yeah.
Had not seen any action tonight.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Now Parry McClurer playing the cross-court passing game. Chittum gets it over to Austin. Now back across to Patterson. And they're making the Colonels move as well, you know, which I think is a good thing for Parry McClurer.
Yeah, they're using that long skip pass over top of the defense. They're really trying to get Altavista to over-rotate.
Long shot by Austin, no good. Altavista just does not get the rebound right there as Parry McClurer just really out hustling right now, but Robinson gets a steal. Ball deflects. Donegan's going to dive after it. Cox is going to dive after it.
Wow.
Everybody's diving after it. There's got to be a jump ball call there, Kyle.
Yeah, it may have come about 4 or 5 seconds too late. Count a full 7 players getting on the floor there in that exchange. That ball was loose for a while. It got knocked around. It looked like a pinball rattling around between the bumpers and the flippers. And the jump ball finally comes out. Parry McClurer does retain possession because of the possession arrow. But got to love the hustle right there if you're Coach Spencer. And really if you're Coach Gilbert as well.
Kyle Haney, a connoisseur of pinball.
Oh, absolutely.
Way, Chelsea Robinson playing the role of flippers as Casey Cox comes away with a steal. And, wow, real quick whistle. That jump ball. Jump ball.
I think the referee. Yeah, I think the official said, we let the last one go a little long. Let's call this jump ball pretty quick. Altavista will retain possession, though, on the alternating possession rule. 2:48 to play. Lady Colonels trail 28-18.
Well, I love to give Mr. Alvis credit every time. My father, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Altavista's got to claw their way back in. There's no 10-point shot on the floor. Morris drives. Now off to Mabry. Mabry maybe was going to feel froggy for a second and try another 3. Cox with it. Cut off. She'll take a little jumper in and out. No good. Robinson with the board. Robinson takes it back up and in.
Great extra effort right there. Robinson with the initial offensive rebound. Missed the shot. Got her own offensive rebound. Stuck it back in for 2 points. Big play there, and the Lady Colonels are starting to cut into this lead. It's down to an 8-point deficit.
2:10 to go, and you got to wonder. You talked about it in the pregame interview. Adam Gilbert said if we can get in the 60s, we'll be fine.
Right.
I don't see this game getting into the 60s, maybe combined.
Yeah.
It gets there. But I think Parry McClurer, you know, who knows? Maybe take the air out of the ball a little bit.
Well, and Altavista's in that zone, so Parry McClurer could maybe stretch it out and slow things down. Double team right here by the Lady Colonels. They almost got the basketball away, but they're going to say it went off Kalia Donegan out of bounds.
Triple team if you count the sideline because Casey Cox and Donegan were waiting to trap.
Good point.
Cox will come out. Taylor Graves will come in. And Parry McClurer still with the basketball as we head to a minute 45 to go here in quarter 3. Morris with the block.
Big
now
time.
Graves has it over to Mabry.
Big time defensive play, and you can probably hear the crowd starting to come alive at home. That was a big swat by Sydney Morris.
Well, the key part of that, though, is the Altavista crowd. The Parry McClurer crowd's been alive for a while. Graves with it. Graves bounce pass into Donegan. Donegan had it stripped. Donegan will go after it. And they're going to call a foul.
I guess they're going to call it on Donegan. Donegan felt like she was fouled first when she lost the basketball. It's the third one on Kalia Donegan. 5th one on the Lady Colonels as a team. They say team's 4th. I thought they already had 4, Bob, but who knows? It's 28-20. Parry McClurer lead. 70 seconds to go in the Apple Market third quarter.
If you're Parry McClurer, what do you do right here?
Hold on to the basketball. You know, Altavista was turning it over early. Parry McClurer is starting to turn it over now.
Chittum in the corner. Dribbles her way out of it. Deborah Spencer encouraging the defense to get up on her to get, you know, some counts started.
Yeah. Wants to extend the defense out a little bit and get a 5-second count.
Sydney Morris comes away, gambles with the steal. Morris, I'm afraid, might get called.
Yep.
On the foul.
Yeah, foul. Sydney Morris is going to get the foul whistled against her. And everybody from Altavista thought Morris had the positioning. Tough call for the official.
I had a bad feeling about that.
Third one on Sydney Morris. So a bunch of people for Altavista playing with 3 fouls, Bob, and it's not a good situation for the starting lineup now for the Lady Colonels.
And you know what I like to say, Kyle? What does the board say right now on fouls? 5-0.
Yeah.
Just whisper it in the ear a little bit. Parry McClurer with the basketball. Morris gambled and went up top. Parry McClurer looks to be holding for 20 seconds left. They are really making Altavista work defensively in terms of just moving around.
Yeah, they're throwing the long passes. They're executing their game where they spread the floor. And they didn't execute it to perfection, though. Lady Colonel's got a steal.
And Graves kept it in bounds to Robinson. 5 seconds to go. I don't know if Altavista's cognizant of the clock. Morris got blocked. Donegan had it knocked around. And the basketball is going to be knocked out of bounds as we end quarter 3. 3 quarters in the books here from Altavista. Colonels have some work to do in the 4th. They trail 28-20. We're back in 60 seconds on KD Country.
English is so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need. That's English is
So much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4. In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Doubleheaders is all we've been talking about. If Altavista keeps winning, Colonels have to hold up their end of the bargain, though. They have some work to do in quarter 4.
Down heading into quarter 4, 28-20. Wouldn't be taking too much for the Lady Colonels to go on an 8-0 run, Bob, but probably can't expect that. Steal here by Chelsea Robinson, going to start things off, though.
Robinson will slice through and have it knocked away, and it's out for Altavista.
Robinson not happy with herself. Altavista really had a 3-on-1 fast break there after the steal by Chelsea.
28-20 is our score. Parry McClurer all the way down, and foul on Altavista.
Going to get Erica Mabry there with what I believe is her first personal foul. 16 fouls on the Lady Colonels. 7:34 remaining in the Apple Market 4th quarter. And like Bob said, it's Conference 44 tournament championship game. First of 2 here for us tonight.
Parry McClurer shooting the rest of the way.
Yeah, exactly. 16 fouls for the Lady Colonels. So next one they commit, Parry McClure's in a bonus situation anyway. Victoria Burgess going to go to the line and check in. She'll have 4 fouls when she re-enters this game, but really everybody for Altavista's got at least a couple. And the big 3, Sydney Morris, Chelsea Robinson, and Kalia Donegan, Bob, all have 3.
29-20.
So I guess you could spin that in a positive way and say, well, at least they only have 3.
Yeah, I mean, you know, hard to find a lot of positives right now, except there's a lot of basketball left to go. 7:34 to be precise. The lead is double digits.
Both free throws go down for Parry McClurer.
30-20. I think Altavista's kind of got the right idea defensively, though, now in terms of pressuring a little bit.
Sure.
Unfortunately, Parry McClurer hasn't stopped that either.
Right.
Graves with it.
And the Lady Blues with the 10-point lead, you know, they've got a few more options than the Lady Colonels do as far as what they want to do. They can spread the floor and try and milk as much of that clock as they possibly can.
Morris with the basketball and the first foul of the half. And now it's got to grind it out defensively. Patterson with the basketball. They go over top, and the 2 won't go down. Rebound is loose, and Chelsea Robinson's going to get in a jump ball. It's going to be the call. It's going to give it to Altavista. Shame they have to lose the arrow.
Yeah.
Because it looked like it might have been over top on Parry McClurer, but Altavista will have it.
Yeah, it looked like Ashley Austin might have come over the top of Chelsea Robinson there and committed the foul. They call it jump ball anyway, and Altavista will keep possession.
At this point, beggars can't be choosers. Just get the basketball back.
Yeah.
Burgess with it over to Robinson. I think everybody's just waiting for Sydney Morris to get into takeover mode, but probably Sydney less than 100% right now can maybe help Bess as somewhat a decoy, too.
Well, I think the ankle is bothering Sydney just a little bit. I mean, she's still working hard there to get open on that low post, but you can see what kind of respect Parry McClurer has given her. They've always got two players right around her.
Donegan heads to the hole, gets it up, and one. A sign has not been made yet, but I'm pretty sure that's going to count.
Yep.
Bucket is good.
That's going against number 21, Mackenzie Wheeler, on the blocking foul. Donegan taking it strong to the hole, takes the contact. That's Wheeler's third. And now it's a 6-point deficit for the Lady Colonels.
Wheeler,
Donegan with a chance to make it 5.
Kind of came up a little gimpy there as well. Angela Emerson went out to check. It looked like she was favoring her torso there for a moment. But it appears everything will be all right, and Donegan will get to shoot the free throw. You know, if I had hair and I was a basketball player, that's an excellent way to, freeze the free throw shooter every now and again, having to adjust the hair. You can do that better than I can, but
just barely.
Donegan sinks it 30-25.
Great job on the three-point play there by Donegan. 6:10 to play in the Apple Market fourth quarter. Lady Colonels trail by 5.
Colonels, again, have to bear in defensively. Parry McClurer falls down. Altavista, it's going to be a jump ball. The arrow should stay to the Fighting Blues.
Yep. Good play, though, by Altavista to get in there and tie it up. And the Lady Colonels are going to have to gamble a little bit, Bob. They're going to have to double-team some and try and force Parry McClurer into some mistakes. There is a lot of time left. 5:58 to play. Lady Colonels just down 5.
I get scared, though, every time Parry McClurer gets a pass because they're getting a lot of good looks. They're just not going down right now.
Yeah, they're getting it in the paint a lot, you're right, and they're just not going in.
Keep away, the game being played by Parry McClurer right now as they're pitching along the perimeter. And, they are really just playing the opposite of Altavista. Altavista's passing lanes have been long, and they've been stolen. Colonel's unable to really steal right there. They do, though.
Graves just waiting in the right place at the right time for the bad pass there from Parry McClurer.
Now Morris over to Burgess. Colonels have a lot of time. They can be careful as they want. Donegan's going to get fouled. 5:11 to go. And Uncle Mo, I think, has switched jerseys.
Yeah, exactly. We talk about that momentum. It's a lot like a trampoline. First you're way down, then it shoots you way back up, and I think that's what's happening to the Lady Colonels right now. Third foul on Christina Van Brockland for Parry McClurer. They have 3 fouls as a team. Donegan back to the free throw line, a place I think she's pretty comfortable. That one rattles in and out right there.
30-25. Well, you mentioned Altavista has only been fouled 3 times by Parry McClurer. The Colonels have committed 6 infractions, so that's going to put Parry McClurer to the free throw line on the next foul from Altavista and everyone thereafter. Donegan misses both, but the rebound is secured by Robinson. Robinson goes up and in.
Great play right there from the senior Chelsea Robinson. She snatches the missed free throw out of the air, goes right back up to the rack with it.
Adam Gilbert is going to call a timeout to see if Uncle Mo will leave the gym. 30-27. Parry McClurer leads Altavista with 5:09 to go in the Apple Market fourth quarter. We're back in 60 seconds on 105.5 KD Country.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans are $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for $1 with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Fighting Blues lead by 3, 30-27. Chittum with the rock. Over to Patterson. If you're Parry McClurer, you alter the strategy just a tad here. Well, Graves with the steal, so Taylor Graves will try to force the strategy to be altered. Chittum will get it back, though, after the steal by Patterson. Chittum all the way down. Morris contests, no good. Ball will bounce out of bounds.
Basketball going to stay to Parry McClurer. I think Coach Gilbert wants his team to spread this floor out, but I do think you might have to alter your strategy a little bit, Bob. I mean, Altavista's defensive effort has really picked up, and some of these long passes Parry McClurer is trying just are not finding their target anymore.
Fighting Blues with it. They'll kick it out. Chittum for three. Big. That could have been big. Miss. The rebound comes down to Parry McClurer, though. Parry McClurer will lob it back over to Chittum again. Do you think Parry McClure's lost a little bit of the aggressiveness?
Absolutely. I mean, maybe it's the conditioning, maybe it's the momentum, who knows, but I think you're right. I think they have lost some of their aggressiveness.
Parry McClurer loses it, and the foul is going to be called against Robinson.
That's against Graves.
Or Graves, pardon me.
But it is against Altavista.
I think it was against the wrong color, though, because Graves got bumped with the body. Clearly, I thought, but my opinion, again, will get you a cup of coffee.
Yeah, it's against Altavista nonetheless. I think it is Graves first. It is. And it'll be a one-on-one situation for Parry McClurer from here on out. And it was Ashley Austin who was fouled. She'll head to the free throw line and shoot two. Graves will come out. Casey Cox coming in. She joins Victoria Burgess, Chelsea Robinson, Kalia Donegan, and Sydney Morris on the court right now for Lady Colonels.
And, I think one thing that we sometimes neglect to mention is Austin misses a free throw 30-27. You don't need to call a foul on every, single time a contact has been made, but if an advantage is gained, that's normally where the foul is going to be called. Donegan with it. Of course, that's subject to interpretation as well. Morris with it, tries to play give and go to Donegan off her fingertips.
Yeah, it was a right idea, a little two-man give and go right there between Morris and Donegan.
3:51 left in the fourth.
It was a little high. It's a 30-27 Parry McClurer lead. Lady Colonels trailing by 3 here at home in the Conference 44 championship
Casey
game.
Cox comes away with a steal. Cox will come all the way down, loses it on the way up. Robinson gets it, and she's fouled.
Robinson started it off by altering the pass. Cox stepped in there for the steal. Cox couldn't make the layup. Chelsea gets that offensive board. Now Chelsea Robinson on the free throw line to shoot a pair for the Altavista Colonels. 3:38 left to play in the Apple Market fourth quarter, Bob.
Chittum's second foul, and the birthday girls now kind of handing out gift bags to people with the with the opportunity for the line. I'll tell you, give Chelsea credit, too, for being a trailer on that play, because normally you'll see people just not trail the trail a layup, but trailing Cox helped out. Altavista, though, has missed their last 3 from the line.
Yeah, got to convert from the free throw stripe. We've mentioned that already tonight. Second one goes in. Lady Colonels trail by 2.
30-28. Fighting Blues by a bucket. Colonels really getting aggressive now defense. Patterson will go down low. The extra pass could be made, and I'll tell you, give Donegan credit for getting in there. And I'll tell you what, give Parry McClurer a little credit, too. I mean, Altavista has gone over the top a lot tonight, and so has Parry McClurer, but right there was trying to wrap around bounce.
Yeah, try the old wrap-around entry pass. Parry McClure's got to hurry to get it in bounce here.
Timeout by Adam Gilbert. It'll be a 30. We will take it as well. 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go in regulation. Altavista trails 30-28 on 105.5 KD Country.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista down 30-28. Uncle Mo is not leaving the left side of the gymnasium where the Colonels are sitting so far, but Parry McClurer is not really, falling down and folding up shop either.
No, momentum has played a very, very important role in this basketball game. Both teams have had it. Seems like the Lady Colonels have it now, but you mentioned it. Parry McClurer really continuing to fight, continuing to play hard. They only lead by 2 now. That lead was as much as 10 at one point.
Basketball is being thrown around, and Morris will come away with the steal. Wraparound bounce pass over to Donegan. Donegan leaves it up ahead to Cox. Casey will stop and fire. Front iron, no good. Parry McClurer had the blue shirts around the hole to get the rebound. Clock is now right at about 3 minutes to go here in regulation, 30-28. Over the top was the pass attempted. Morris with the steal, and she'll be fouled. That's the 5th foul on Parry McClurer. So the Fighting Blues foul have definitely climbed here in quarter 4. Foul, I think, went against Van Brocklin, and that would be her 4th.
Great steal there by Sydney Morris. It was almost like a block, except she was blocking a pass and not a shot. And she was able to reel it back in. Chelsea Robinson going to do the honors on the inbounds. Lady Colonel's got to go the full 90 feet to get down the court to have a chance to tie or take the lead.
I think Sydney Morris is definitely one of the better basketball players in the area, but definitely one of the best athletes in the area, hands down. That's not even arguable. Turnover, Altavista. Parry McClurer with the basketball back. Chittum has it. Chittum struggling to get her dribble. Now she controls it and gets it over to Patterson. Patterson cut off, gets it to Chittum. Chittum will fire from 3. In and out, no good. The iron has been unkind to Parry McClurer here in quarter 4, and thankfully. Morris comes all the way around, and she will go underneath, and the foul is going to go against Parry McClurer. Position was had, but it was kind of at a sideways angle.
Yeah, and Sydney Morris did a nice job really sidestepping Mackenzie Wheeler there and not drawing the charge. They actually called that on Katie Patterson.
Yep. Her first, team 6th. Morris with 2, and the Colonels continue to struggle from the stripe here in quarter 4.
Yep, 2.5 to play in the basketball game. Lady Colonels are going to have to hit some shots from the free throw line down the stretch, Bob, because, I mean, you got to think if Altavista does get a lead, then Parry McClurer would have to foul. Second free throw, no good.
Altavista had the rebound for a moment, but then taken away by Parry McClurer. Fighting Blues with it. They have 1 timeout left. Altavista has 2. Chittum with the basketball. Comes around. Cox gets the extra pass. Morris with the block. The athleticism kicking in, and Sydney is fouled. 16 foul on Parry McClurer.
Yep, Altavista is going to inbound on the far sideline from us. The athleticism to recover on the block there. Sydney Morris did not have the position. It's actually the 17th foul on Parry McClurer, Bob, so Sydney Morris will be on the line. But what about the block there by the eraser, Sid the Kid, the Squid, whatever you want to call her, the woman of many nicknames. Incredible stuff.
Would be the
yeah, that's right.
Headline. And Morris hit the free throw. And, you know, I was getting ready to say right there, if you're Altavista and you keep getting fouled, that's great. But if you don't make the free throws, you know, kind of an effort in vain.
Yep.
30-29.
Sydney Morris can tie right here with a made free throw. 2:13 to play in the ball game.
Morris can't hit the second. Colonels have to go back on defense again, but defense has kind of really led the offense. Parry McClurer getting a little, I don't know if nerves are kicking in or not, but not as good of a time. Morris comes up in the air, then gets down her feet and still records the block. Ball is loose, jump ball. I think the arrow shows Altavista.
I think you're right. Great play. Another big block by Sydney Morris. Back-to-back trips on the defensive end, and the sensation rejects a shot, leading to a turnover. Altavista, again, got to go the full 90 feet. Under 2 minutes to go now, 1:56 to be exact, in the Apple Market fourth quarter.
Colonel still in a hole here, but it's only a 1-point hole now. Donegan with the basketball. Donegan gets bumped, and I think they're going to call, they called a foul.
It's going to send Donegan to the free throw line to shoot a pair. She was in the act of shooting. 18th foul on Parry McClurer, 1:46 to play. It's the 5th foul on number 25, Christina Van Brocklin, Bob. So she is done for the night, and Coach Gilbert will have a little bit of time to think about who he wants to send in place of her.
If you're Parry McClurer now, obviously momentum has kind of left you. What's your strategy, Kyle Haney?
Well, I think Coach Gilbert's burned all the timeouts. He feels comfortable burning. I think he wants to save one in his pocket for maybe a last-second situation if you get down to under 10 seconds with the ball or something like that. Just got to try and play smart if you're Parry McClurer. If you're Altavista, try and feed into that and keep getting these turnovers and these blocks that Morris is getting. Missed free throw on the first one by Donegan. She can still tie with a made free throw here.
Fourth quarter, 3 out of 9 from the free throw line.
That's not
3 of 10 with that one.
Not what Deborah Spencer wants to see, but hopefully they can get through it.
Second one up, that's in.
30-30 tie ball game. 1:45 to play here from Altavista. The gym is full and they're excited.
Well, the 60-point mark's been reached. Patterson with the basketball, almost took a step. Gets it back over to Chittum. And, you know, if you're Parry McClurer here and you're going to get frantic, that might be able to help you. While Altavista gets a steal, I was going to say Altavista might gamble and have something good happen for you if the whistle would blow. But Robinson gets it. Now a minute 20 to go.
I think if things get crazy and frantic, that favors the Lady Colonels, though, because they've got the athletes, and a lot of times in those wild situations that you don't draw up on the chalkboard, the better athlete is going to win.
Graves cut off. Graves double dribble.
Yeah, she started to dribble, picked it up, held on to the ball for about 4 seconds. She knew the 5-second call was coming, and I think she just didn't realize that she had already dribbled. 1:05 to play here. It is a tie ball game, 30-30.
I wonder if Parry McClurer would be willing to hold for one.
Not sure.
Chittum had it go off her side of her foot, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they could at this point, and that leads right into what I was saying. I mean, with this kind of pressure, the way the crowd's right on top of you, loud and vocal, sometimes it's hard just to hang on to the basketball, let alone dribble and then make passes.
Well, what if you're Altavista?
I think I'd like to score right now.
30-30, though.
Morris break the pressure,
gets it. Morris trying to get in the front court, gets in there. Sydney looking for somewhere to go, and a timeout by Deborah Spencer. We'll keep it here. 42.8 seconds to go, tied at 30. You're the color analyst. Give me some analysis right here, Kyle.
Well,
42.8 to go.
Yeah, in these situations, I mean, a lot of things that happen that you don't necessarily prepare for. You know, your set play isn't always going to go like you draw it up. So I think that favors the athletes from Altavista. They got the speed, they got the quickness, they have the size. I mean, we've seen Sydney Morris use her athleticism, really just one-of-a-kind stuff in this fourth quarter here, the way she's been rejecting shots. So I like Altavista's chances right here. But on the other hand, Lady Colonels have got to execute as well, Bob.
Yeah, the free throw line might not be the place you want to try to get the points. True. Just because you haven't really been good from there in the fourth quarter. But like you said, I think there's a couple options to go to right here, and I'd go to the experience with Morris and Donegan if I had a choice.
Yeah, I think they'd love to run that two-man game between Morris and Donegan, you know, whether it's the give and go that they've tried a few times, whether it's maybe having like Chelsea Robinson drive to the basket, then try and dish to one of them. You're right. I think you want to see the ball in one of those hands of the big three here with the game on the line. And, yeah, I mean, there's a thought that says, hey, let's try and run the clock down and hold for one. But I think you can lose your aggressiveness when you hold for one and you run the risk of turning it over like that.
Yeah, I agree totally with you, and I'll get on my soapbox. You talk about loose balls and jump balls and bounce passes. I always say give yourself enough time for a second shot. Donegan drop step, gets it in for two. Altavista now, though, has got to bear in defensively.
Yep.
You got to watch Stidham from three.
It was Sydney Morris from the pass, and then a great finish by Donegan.
Patterson had it, lost it, picked it up. It was on the line.
Man,
Altavista, this place is turning into Bedlam.
Yes, this is as rabid and as excited a crowd as you'll ever see for a girls' basketball game. You got about 90% of the gym on their feet right now cheering. Lady Colonels with a 2-point lead still in the backcourt. There's the intentional foul, I believe.
Yeah, that might be a good foul by Chittum, and the intentional without being intentional.
Right, yeah, when I say
what
intentional,
Kyle Haney was referring to.
The foul just to stop the clock. 23.4 seconds left. It's going to put Casey Cox on the line. It was the third foul on Chittum. 9th foul on Parry McClurer as a team.
One timeout apiece left with 23.9 to go. And Casey Cox will be at the stripe. Tell you what, Altavista really has to be cognizant of something else. As Cox sinks the first, this is a big one, though. Yeah. I'll tell you, when Chelsea Robinson, I think it was Chelsea inbounding that ball, she almost moved.
Yeah.
And you cannot move if the ball has not been scored on an out-of-bounds play.
Right, you get a pivot foot just like you do when you pick up your dribble. 2 of 2 go in for Casey Cox. Ice water in the veins right there. That gives the Lady Colonels a 4-point lead, and that's big, 34-30.
Chittum with it. Parry McClurer can't dribble around all night. Patterson now back over to Chittum. Chittum with it. Now over to Patterson. Patterson drives. Patterson puts it up. Won't fall down. Rebound taken away and picked up by Casey Cox off a shoe. And it's going to keep it over to Parry McClurer.
But it's a 2-possession game. Parry McClure's got to hurry. There's only 6.2 seconds left.
Well, if you score, you got to call a timeout immediately. Yeah. Chittum will fire from 3 and was fouled on the 3 by Cox.
All right, 3 foul shots coming up for Parry McClurer. And their hot shooter, Lindsey Chittum, you know, she made the threes earlier. And it's a situation now with 4.4 seconds left, Bob. If she makes 1 or 2, then you got a chance for an offensive rebound. She does make the first one.
34-31. Normally I'm a fan of making them all from the line, but with 4.4 seconds left, I don't know if you can take a chance making that third one.
Got to go ahead and try and make the second one here. Second of 3 free throws on the way for Chittum. It goes in.
32.
Haven't seen Coach Gilbert mention anything. Coach Spencer's going to take a timeout, though.
It's the last one for Altavista. Again, we will keep it here, 34-32 with 4.4 seconds. All right, let's look at it both sides here. If you make the free throw, it's 34-33, and you've got to foul immediately.
Yeah, got to foul
choice.
as soon as Altavista gets a basketball inbound.
If you miss the free throw, you're going to have a little bit of chaos, and the best thing that could happen for Altavista would be that ball gets smacked around and tipped around a little bit.
Yeah, you can almost do the thing if you're a player for Altavista where you just try and smack it back the other way rather than even pull in the rebound itself. But there is 4.4 seconds left. Lindsey Chittum on the free throw line for Parry McClurer. Lady Blues trail by 2, 34-32. It's a 2-point Altavista Colonel lead.
Think she's going to make it or miss it if you had to throw a dime on it?
I think Coach Gilbert's going to take his chances, have her make it if she can, and then just foul Altavista because, let's face it, Lady Colonels have not been too good on the free throw line here in this basketball game, Bob.
Chittum will have her shot. Chittum will make it. It'll roll around. 34-33. Robinson gets it in. Morris, you got a foul, and the foul comes with 2.9 left. A little bit more time ticked off than I would have liked if I'm Parry McClurer.
Yep.
And now it's going to be 2 shots for Sydney.
So Sydney Morris can essentially put this game away if she makes both of them. If she makes one of 2, got to feel like the worst the Lady Colonels are going to have is a tie ball game. And even then, Parry McClure's only got 2.9 seconds left to get a shot up.
I like the first one going in more than the second, to be honest. In and out. I mean, if she misses the second one, Parry McClure's going to take a timeout. We'll keep it here with 1 minute timeout for Parry McClurer, but we'll keep it here with 2.9 left. Sydney misses this one. It's going to still take Hail Mary to get it in. Now, granted, stranger things have happened, and we've uttered that a time or two.
Well, the problem you have on a missed free throw is if you're Altavista, is you run the risk of committing a foul over the back trying to go after the rebound, and then that's going to put Parry McClurer on the free throw line. You got to make sure you don't foul here if you're the Lady Colonels.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Altavista, if you could somehow, and I know you can't control how it's going to ricochet.
Right.
But if it were to ricochet and take a bounce here or there, and just get tapped around, then the clock's running out.
Exactly.
But,
again, the clock starts as soon as somebody touches the ball for either team. So, if somebody could touch it, tip it up, that sort of thing.
I'm probably with you. Just go ahead at this point and make it.
Yeah.
I mean, because we, Juan Thornhill is not a girl. A lot of girls don't have that strength to throw it down, 70 feet. I mean, it can be done, but it's not. You don't see it every day.
Well, we saw Chittum, I believe it was, at the end of the first quarter, put up the half-court shot that rimmed in and out. So, I think if you can get it to at least half-court, you have a chance.
Right.
But yeah, it's still not high percentage for anybody. Then, I mean, Michael Jordan wasn't over 25% from half-court.
Right. 34-33.
Might have been 10% from half-court.
Now, the other thing you could do is, kind of do the old pass out of bounds vertical and then send somebody long. But again, Morris sinks that one.
Lady Colonels lead by 3.
35-33. Basketball is inbounded. Long shot blocked by Morris, and it'll go out of bounds, and that will end the game.
Sydney Morris with another block. She had 2 big ones down the stretch. Make it 3 big ones down the stretch. Lady Colonels win the ball game. They're the Conference 44 tournament champs, and they'll host as long as they keep winning next week in regional play, Bob.
And you talked about ice water in the veins of Casey Cox earlier. How about ice water in the veins of Sydney Morris?
Yep.
I mean, percentages say don't go for a block at half court. Morris goes for the block, gets the block. If she doesn't, that's 3 free throws. So Sydney, ice water running through the veins and all over.
Took a chance right there, but that's what Sydney's best at, using the athleticism to create those big plays. Another big block right there with the sensation, Sydney Morris.
We will take a timeout and come back and wrap this one up with the girls variety. Then we'll get into guys pregame. It is Altavista 35, Parry McClurer 33. Altavista's Conference 44 champs right here on 105.5 KD Country.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for lunch?
E&S Mart.
E&S Mart? I knew they had the best gas prices in town, but lunch too?
You can get 2 hot dogs and chips for $2.99.
Wow, $2.99?
Yep, high-quality Nathan's and Jesse Jones hot dogs with over 30 items from the topping bar, so you can load it up the way you want.
Okay, so let's go to E&S Mart on Lynch Mill Road, across from the elementary school.
With the best selection of craft beers in the area.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in Virginia are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista comes away 35-33. They are the first ever Conference 44 tournament champions, and I'll tell you, I think I'm not a headline writer, nor am I asking to be, but sensational.
Absolutely. Like we said, Sydney Morris got a lot of different nicknames. They all work tonight. How about the comeback victory for the Lady Colonels, Bob? Down 10 points in the fourth quarter, and you come back from that. Not often that happens, Bob, and boy, no bigger stage here tonight in front of this big-time crowd. I mean, a lot of fans from both squads out here, but this is a fantastic atmosphere. We talked about it late February in a gymnasium somewhere like Altavista, Virginia, with two big-time ball games. This is a lot of fun. Great win for the Lady Colonel.
Well, and not to say that Sydney, can't do it defensively, because she obviously can, but a lot of times people are looking at her with offensive numbers, but defensively, she won that game in the fourth quarter.
Oh,
yeah. Defense, not her offense.
I don't know who these people that aren't talking about her defense are.
Well, I mean, I
it's
think
not
the
us.
offense is talked about first, just because she goes to the hole.
Yeah, well.
And you see points, and you don't see a newspaper column that says blocks normally.
Well,
you see points.
I'll tell you what, I wish they kept a more accurate record of blocks, because I want to know how many Sydney Morris has for a career. Some of them aren't the volleyball-style spikes that we like to see. Some of them are just little tip-aways, but, man, none were bigger than the three that she had down the stretch here in this ball game, huh?
We will concur with you wholeheartedly on that. We'll do post-game and final numbers and players at the end of the night. But we got boys basketball coming up right now with the same two teams, Altavista and Parry McClurer. When we come back, you'll hear Kyle's interview with Mike Cardellaro, and then I talk to the head coach of the Fighting Blues, Nelson Fox. Altavista, Parry McClurer, boys pregame show, Subway edition on 105.5 KD Country.
Travel save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short travel save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
Some people have never tried food at a Mexican restaurant, so we asked Chad Shelton from Shelton's Plumbing and Heating about his experience.
I wasn't so sure what the green stuff was, but they slipped some on my plate one day, and now I won't have a meal without guacamole. Still can't spell it.
At El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, if you have questions, they give you the answers in English. Mexican and American foods, affordable prices, and fast service. Try it today, El Cazador, Main Street, Altavista. In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch & Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Talking to Nelson Fox, the head coach of the Parry McClurer Fighting Blues, Parry McClurer and Altavista in the Conference 44 final. And Coach Fox, I know I've seen you come in a few gyms this year where Altavista has been playing. What impresses you about the Colonels?
I think everything impresses me about Altavista. Of course, we have a former Parry McClurer alumni, Mike Cardellaro, who is the head coach and probably one of the best coaches players, defending state champions. So we know we have to play one of their best games of the year just to be competitive.
Now, you were Coach Cardilero's, you were an assistant when Coach Cardilero played at Parry McClurer. Talk about, the relationship that you guys have.
We've had a great relationship over the years. Mike and I talk a lot throughout the year. He's an outstanding individual, outstanding coach and family man. He's a great X&O person, and better yet, he gets the most out of his players, and he wants the kids to really develop as fine human beings and really be productive citizens, and that's what it's all about. But Mike and I go back to his high school days, and we really clicked pretty well when he was a player.
This game is for a conference championship, but in a way, is it a game that, you really don't want to play since you're playing against such a good friend and, maybe pupil, I guess we could say as well?
Well, over the years, I've had the opportunity to really coach against a lot of my former players. That is hard because you want them to be very successful. But I think all of us are very fierce competitors. And when that ball's tossed up, both of us will be very tough on each other. And then we'll shake hands at the end and be pretty good friends all the way through.
What do the Fighting Blues need to do to get a victory over the Colonels?
We got to do a lot of different things. We just don't see any weaknesses in Altavista from 1 through 5. The Twins are just so strong inside. It's incredible. Thornhill is just a force in itself, and the defense is relentless. So we've got to control the tempo. And if not the most important thing, we've got to do a good job on the boards. We cannot let Altavista get second shots, and that's the key to the game.
Now, I've had a few people around the Altavista community tell me that, Parry McClurer is one of the better teams we've played. They're very fundamental, and if we make mistakes, they will take advantage. If there's one thing you can get Altavista out of in terms of maybe a rhythm or something that they want to do, can you pick just one, or is it kind of, we just got to play our A game and hope they maybe play at least a B+?
You hit it right on those. We got to bring our A game, and we got to hope the Colonels miss a few shots, especially from the perimeter. One of our strong points this year, we have been strong at foul line. So we've been hitting over 75% through the year. So we would like to get to the foul line a little bit if possible. But I know it's pretty hard with their particular defense that they play.
What do you think maybe a game or two this season with your guys' schedule that's really kind of prepared you, or maybe a turning point this year?
Well, we've had several good games. We've had good games with Glenver, Riverheads, Rockbridge. Their first game of the year, we beat our big rival Rockbridge by a stick back at the buzzer. That was a great win. And then we beat a very good Covington team on the road in overtime. So we've had some good quality wins. We just the last night we played William Campbell, and I thought they were very, very athletic, and we were pretty successful against them, and we shot the ball well. So we've had some good games throughout the year. When we shoot the ball, we're very, very competitive, and we lack a little bit of lateral quickness. So we have to do certain things on the defensive end in certain types of zones, and hopefully we can do a pretty good job against Altavista and not let them get to the rim as much as I've seen them do in the past.
Couple final questions for Nelson Fox, head coach of the Parry McClurer Fighting Blues. We talked about Altavista in terms of the Twins and Juan. Is there an X factor that kind of worries you about them in terms of a player, or is it if you can kind of contain the big three, you'll take your chances with everybody else?
Well, exactly. The big three, it's what's on our minds. So I hope it's not the big five and two more people really step up. But Hubbard is an outstanding player, along with a number of other kids who can really step up and hit the threes. So hopefully they're not shooting as well as I've seen them shoot in the past, because they've got a lot of presence from the outside too. But again, the key is we've got to do a good job on the Twins, because they're really a force. They
question for you, Coach. Definitely appreciate your time. Best of luck against the Colonels. If I'm calling the names of some of your guys on the radio tonight and you guys are successful, what names should people be listening for from Parry McClurer?
Well, I hope our big guard, who's really a two-guard, who's really moved to the one. Sam Armstrong is one of our leaders. He's an outstanding shooter from the outside. He shoots about 45% from three-point line. Christian Camden, our big guy inside. Hopefully he's having a good game. Josh Perry is capable of stepping up and hitting the 15-foot jumper. Tanner Fix is an excellent player, and Morgan Henderson is a very good assist player for us. So, especially with those five, we hope that you're mentioning their names a few times tonight.
Well, Coach, best of luck against the Colonels, and we'll talk to you down the line.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Nelson Fox on the Subway pregame show. Tip-off right after this on 105.5 KD Country.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans at $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Man, it's cold in here. What's wrong with your heater?
Well, it used to work pretty good.
Back in the 90s, just call Select Air and get it fixed.
Oh, it'll probably cost a lot of money.
No, it won't, because Donnie will give you a fair price and get it done right the first time.
Maybe I'll call Select Air tomorrow.
No, you will call Select Air today, because it's freezing in here.
Select Air, 841-1580. 841-1580. Online at selectair.webs.com.
This is Paul Shelton, owner of Altavista Appliance and Furniture, and I want to introduce my grandson, Mitch Haley, who is my new store manager, to tell you about great things we have going for you, our valued customers.
Check out our low prices. All living room suites are on sale. Plus, we have a large selection of recliners, accent rugs, end tables, and lamps. Our appliance department features name brands like Frigidaire, Speed Queen, Maytag, Whirlpool, and Amana. Come check us out today, where you'll find the best deals with great service at Altavista Appliance and Furniture on 7th Street, right in front of the First National Bank.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Back here on the Subway pregame show, Altavista taking on Parry McClurer Fighting Blues, talking with the head coach of the Colonels, Mike Cartolero, Coach C. Before we get to the big one tonight, it was a pretty big one Wednesday night. You guys got a large victory over Cumberland here in Altavista. It seemed like everything pretty much went to script. I guess you would agree with that, although I'm sure still got to tweak a few things, right?
You know, absolutely. We were concerned being off for 9 days. In the first quarter, I think we had 5 turnovers, and they're very quick and athletic. Second quarter, we managed to take care of the ball pretty well and had a big second quarter. And again, like the William Campbell game last week, we really shared it. We finished the game against Cumberland with 21 assists, which is phenomenal. So, this time of the year, it's not anything fancy. Share the ball on offense, recognize what kind of defense the other team's playing. The hot man's the open man, and really play solid defense with great energy, and felt like we had a lot of energy.
Yeah, 21 assists is pretty impressive to get at least 42 points, maybe more off of passes. Considering how well you guys hit the glass and get a lot of those offensive rebounds, you get a lot of points that way too. One of those guys that's been hot is been Nelson Dews. I know you and Bob talked about Walker Allen coming off the bench in the last pregame show, but Nelson Dews is sort of that quiet assassin too, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and we need that. We need the guys to come off the bench and the kids that the other team's not looking for. You can't guard everybody. When you got 2 shooters like Walker and Nelson, and Richard hit a couple shots the other night, that sure opens things up for us and stretches the defense, gets them off the Twins inside, and once we can stretch the defense out, the Twins are pretty good about going at people. So Nelson played well, and this is a time of the year that we need that off the bench.
Absolutely. Probably going to need everybody tonight. Good opponent in town in Parry McClurer. Tell us what you know about your old alma mater this year.
Very well coached, very fundamental team, very disciplined. They're not overly athletic, but they're really smart. They're long and tall. They've got great size in their lineup. They can actually go 6'2" to 6'5", and probably will do that. They share the ball really well. They're a tough team in a 2-3 matchup. So we're going to have really good movement against it and not get stagnant. And I think we're going to have to get them in transition and really put some pressure on them and not let them get comfortable. When you let them come down and let Armstrong get comfortable with the ball, it presents problems. And I think everybody understands that that's part of what we're going to have to do against them.
Well, we'll switch it up, maybe a little tougher question here. I know they've seen you guys multiple times. What do you think their scouting report is for you? What do you think they're trying to watch out for this year's Colonel Ball Club?
Knowing Coach Fox, he's probably going to have a wrinkle or two to throw at us that he's not let us see when they were playing, whether it's switch up of a defense, maybe a little bit of spread and delay in the offensive end. And we talked about it yesterday in the scouting report. And I think they're probably thinking, let's get them frustrated. They know that we're going to try to get them in transition, and we got to be disciplined and pick and choose when we have that opportunity, and take advantage of it. So it'll be interesting because Coach is a veteran. He's been around forever. He's a Hall of Famer, and there's a reason why he's done all that. So we got to expect the unexpected, and that was the last thing we said going over the scouting report.
Well, final thought, and final thought before the shout-outs, that is, how about the emotional aspect for you? I mean, I know you can probably try and play the old "it's just another game" card, but maybe it's not just another game. Have you played them since your playing days there? Have you matched up against your alma mater?
We've played 3 times at basketball camp in the last 20 years. Once at Tech, once at Eastern Mennonite, and once at VMI. And all 3 of them, we were getting after each other pretty good. So we've never played regular season. To be honest, I don't like it, but I'm black and orange, right. And we're going out there to play and win a game, and that for that reason, this is just a game, and I look at it that way. But this game's huge because it gives you home court next Tuesday, right. And the losing team's still in, but you got to travel an awful long way. So I pull for the old Blues quite often, but I'm not pulling for the Blues tonight.
Yeah, right. I've talked about this on the air. I think it's one of those things you may talk about before the game and maybe after the game. Hey, we played our alma mater, but I know in the third and the fourth quarter you're not thinking about that one bit.
No, not at all. And I have the utmost respect for Coach Fox. He's one of the all-time best in the state, and the way his kids play, they're really well schooled. I respect everything about them, and it's a basketball game, and it's Altavista and Parry McClurer, and we're going to get after it, and we're playing to win.
Absolutely. Shout-out time, although I got a feeling the gym might be a little fuller tonight for this one, right?
I think the gym's full for people. My dad's here from Buena Vista, and quite a few other people are here from Buena Vista. My best friend over there, William Kerr, could not make it. I know he's listening in, but I think his family's actually here. William's on call, and Sarah and Swanson, our neighbors, are here now. I do know that my in-laws, Billy and Minnie, are in Florida, and I know they are listening in. Ashley is listening in Harrisonburg, so make sure you talk to her a little bit there, and I think maybe Nick is listening in as well. And Micah in Manassas, they could not make it down. Micah and his family are listening in, and that may have it covered. I think a lot of other people are probably in the stands.
I think it's going to be a full gym tonight. Should be a good basketball game. Tip-off 10 minutes away here on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
GMC Certified Service, Highview Motors, state inspections, transmission repair, tire sales, Highview Motors. If your ride has been in an accident, Highview Motors has the latest collision repair center and body shop. Drive-on frame machine, down-drive paint booth with baking oven, GMC and ASE certified technicians. Great selection of professional-grade GMC trucks and pre-owned cars. Highview Motors, Main Street, Altavista.
Highview Motors, GMC.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas Belt bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Back here from Altavista High School. Boy, tip-off is right around the corner, Mr. Bob Alvis. What an exciting atmosphere in here, too, with two fantastic ball games. I was going to say two fantastic teams. Two schools, four teams.
Right.
The girls get the 2-point victory over Parry McClurer in the early game. And in the nightcap, we got some outstanding boys basketball action. Altavista taking on Parry McClurer. Again, it's a Conference 44 championship game. Winner of this gets to host all the way through, as long as you keep winning next week.
Right.
But every game you play would be here in Altavista if the Colonels can win that.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, Mike Cardallero said something in the interview that I totally felt was coming, that, he doesn't like this, really, gets to play against his old alma mater. Chick Crawford was his head coach at Parry McClurer. Nelson Fox, though, was an assistant, so maybe it's one of those cases like my dad used to tell me when we were playing chess or sports trivia or whatever. I taught you everything that you know, but I didn't teach you everything that I know. And you've got to wonder, when Coach Cardallero mentioned the wrinkle that Nelson Fox might have up his sleeve, could it be something that he hasn't seen? But Coach Fox, when I talked to him, as you heard first in the pregame interview, they haven't seen athletes like the Johnsons and the likes of Juan Thornhill this year either.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked at length about how athletic Altavista is as a ball club, not just those three guys, but really up and down the roster, some fantastic athletes. And you're right, it's a fun team to watch in that respect, and I'm sure Coach Fox would have a lot of fun watching the Altavista Colonels if he wasn't coaching against them. Not going to be much fun on the other sideline, though, tonight, I'm sure. And same way for Coach C.
And, I've never seen Coach Cardallero really talk to people as much, and, everything in the pregame as he did Coach Fox and everybody. And not to say he's distracted or anything like that, but, and I think it probably honestly loosened up Coach a little bit. But when it comes time to get in between those lines, Altavista's ready to go. They know what's on the line tonight. And, Parry McClurer, they know what's on the line, too. I thought when I interviewed Coach Fox, I really thought he kind of played the underdog role a little bit, too.
Yeah, I think he's probably played that role up to his team a little bit, too. I think he's saying, hey, we're coming down here on their turf. Nobody's giving us a chance. Let's go ahead and shock them and shock a lot more people. I think some coaches like playing that role up, and sometimes it depends on your team as well. And I think Coach Fox, he's been around for a while. He knows what kind of ball club he has.
Yeah, Coach Cardallero talked about it. Coach Fox is a Hall of Famer. He's a legendary coach. He's been at Parry McClurer for quite a few years. So, this is not his first game. This is not his first big game either.
Exactly, and I think I would counter on the other side that Altavista is coached by a Hall of Fame coach as well, a real legend, too, two-time state championship winner, Mike Cardallero. And, boy, he's been to the state tournament a bunch more times. Not that necessarily makes you a Hall of Famer, but it doesn't hurt either, does it, Bob, all those wins?
It doesn't. And, it's a lot about the we're talking more X's and O's tonight, but it's also Jimmys and Joes.
Right.
Now Altavista's got a lot of good Jimmys and Joes.
That's right.
They know big game pressure on the field right behind us and on the court right in front of us. And Altavista's going to get their light show going here in just a second, as this really has started to fire up the crowd. And I'll tell you, I think we saw the biggest crowd for the honoring the team when they played, I think it was Chatham, but tonight this gym really feels electric.
It's about 100% capacity. It does have an electric atmosphere in here, and I'll tell you, the light show is always rocking, but with this crowd, it's going to be extra special tonight. The gym has gone dark, and the starters about to be announced here for the Altavista Colonels, Bob. And I'll tell you, defending state champions, they love these big games. I think some guys for Altavista don't get fired up until it is a big game.
Yeah, and the light shows really turn things on. Real quick, Kyle, let me give you the starting lineups tonight, starting with Parry McClurer. The guy you got to watch is their guard, Sam Armstrong. He wears number 14, senior guard. He is joined in the lineup by Josh Perry, a senior forward center. He is at 6'3". Tanner Fix is a senior 6'2" forward. 6'4", Christian Camden will wear number 40, and Morgan Henderson wears number 42. Parry McClurer is going to go with 5 seniors in the starting lineup. Altavista will counter with 1. Richard Hubbard wears number 12. He is joined by Walker Allen, number 20. The twins, Demetrius and Darius Johnson, number 5 and 10 respectively, and Juan Thornhill, number 2.
And I tell you, we've talked about this Altavista team, Bob. really has started clicking since Juan has gotten back in the lineup. He appears to be at 100% full strength like he was before all his ankle injuries. That's a big thing, and it's big especially when you don't have another guard out there in Michi Malbec. Michi hurt his ankle in the same game Juan came back, actually, against Roanoke Catholic up there at Salem. Chance that Michi could be back next week or maybe for the state tournament, but you just never know with the way those ankles are. They just heal at different times, and it's just not something you can really predict.
But I think you got to look at it this way, too. I mean, I think a lot of people felt like the Colonels were, I don't know if I was going to say, miss a beat with Michi, but really they haven't really skipped one. I mean, I think other guys have picked it up without Michi in there, especially Walker Allen and Nelson Dews have really picked up the pressure as Deborah Spencer walks out and gets some hugs. And I talked to Coach Spencer in the hallway when I went down to get the lineups, and I said, "Nice win, Coach," and she summed it up perfectly. Yes, it was. For the Altavista ladies, the guys will look to capitalize on that momentum. Bobby Walker, Mike Forn, and Jason Morgan, the officials. Parry McClurer, Road Blues, white stripe down the side. Parry on the front, spelled P-A-R-R-Y. You can fool a lot of people with that. McClurer can probably get you, too. That's beneath the number, which is centered. M-C-C-L-U-E-R, Altavista, home white. Colonels written on the front in orange, outlined in black. Orange and black stripe down the side, a diamond on the right pants leg with an A, and the number is centered on the back with the numeral in orange, outlined in black, and a little Colonel logo right below the neck.
And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Apple Markets. Check out the weekly specials at all 3 Altavista area locations. Select Air. Call Donnie 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's never an overtime charge. Altavista Appliance and Furniture, best prices, great service. David W. Shreve, attorney at law. If you're facing a legal matter, don't do it alone. We'll tell you about the rest of them as the game goes on. Tip goes up, and the tip is won by Darius Johnson. He sends it over to Walker Allen. Colonels will start the ball game with the basketball. Parry McClurer comes out in that aforementioned 2-3 zone that Coach C had talked about. They bounce pass at left wing to Walker Allen. Allen will swing it back middle of the court now to Richard Hubbard. Hubbard standing just outside the half-court circle. Now right wing over to Darius Johnson. 10 or 20 seconds into the ball game. Nothing's happened much so far for the Colonels. Still trying to get a good look. They almost had the basketball knocked away. They'll say staying with the Altavista Colonels. That was number 14, Armstrong, that jumped in the passing lane. Nearly got a steal.
Well, this could be one of those 2 showdowns where low numbers might be flashed all night.
Yeah.
Altavista, though, can shoot their way out of zones.
Exactly. Juan Thornhill, crossover dribble right at the three-point line. Now he swings it over to Darius Johnson. Right wing, gets it back to Juan. Juan probing that defense, thinking about a drive. Now he pulls it back out, chest pass to Walker Allen. He'll swing it over to Richard Hubbard, left sideline. Hubbard going to bring it middle of the court. 7:15 to go in the Apple Market first quarter. Still no score. Juan turns his back to the basket momentarily. One-hand bounce pass to Allen. Allen looking inside. Both Johnson brothers working down low. They dish it down low to Demetrius, and Demetrius converts the basket. Great little bounce pass look there by Thornhill, Bob, just to find Demetrius. Demetrius took care of the rest.
Well, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you said probing out there on the perimeter. Against that 2-3 zone, you really got to look for holes just as much as you're going to look for a shot.
That's exactly right. Tanner Fix, ball above his head, picked up his dribble. Now hands it off to number 42, that's Morgan Henderson. Henderson picks up his dribble. He's guarded tightly by Richard Hubbard. Henderson will hand it back off to Christian Camden. Now he's got Fix. Fix tries a shot attempt. One is blocked. Puts up the second one. That won't go in, but he is fouled. And he'll head to the free throw line to shoot a pair of free throws. 6:34 remaining in the Apple Market first quarter. It's a 2-0 Colonel lead. First foul on Darius Johnson.
Foul is against brother Darius. Like you mentioned, it comes with just under 7 minutes to go. As we're at 6:34 here in the Apple Market first quarter. First free throw is up, and it's not going to go down.
Missed out on some of our other sponsors, Bob. Highview Motors GMC. From small to tall, Highview has it all. Sonny Merriman, we are Virginia's bus company. An English construction company wishing our high school athletes an exciting and injury-free game. We'll mention the others as we go on. 1 of 2 free throws converted. It's a 2-1 Altavista lead, 6.5 minutes to play here in the first. Hubbard, ball above his head. Now throws the overhead pass to Demetrius Johnson. Into brother Darius Johnson. Left-hand block. Puts up the shot. Won't go in. Rebound is loose. Controlled by Parry McClurer now, and their big man Christian Camden. Camden swings it ahead to Armstrong. Armstrong, right-hand dribble. Middle of the court to Josh Perry. Perry driving. He'll hand it off to Tanner Fix. Fix now over to Camden, who stepped out. Camden swings it over to Morgan Henderson. Camden is well put together, Bob. 6'4", 200 pounds, and you heard Coach Fox mention him in your interview.
Yeah, I got to think that a couple of these guys, Camden especially, were probably on that state semifinal team for the Fighting Blues.
I would imagine. Armstrong driving. He gets the bucket in. He really did a nice job working his way around Juan Thornhill. Thornhill didn't want to commit the foul, so he gave Armstrong some room. 2 more points. It's an early lead for Parry McClurer, 3-2.
Might be the biggest team that Altavista's seen that's not, like an athletic style like Dan River, but very disciplined is Parry McClurer, especially on the defensive end.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That 2-3 zone, the defenders really have their toes on the three-point line. Juan Thornhill is closer to half court than he is the three-point line. Get it over to Demetrius Johnson. Now Demetrius, left wing to Walker Allen. Allen had it swatted away. He's having to work his way out of some defensive pressure there. Now middle of the court, they go back to Walker Allen on the wing. Allen, 3-ball was a little too strong. Rebound controlled by Parry McClurer.
And, we talked about it earlier about Carlero and Fox and the connections and everything. You can't overthink the other guy, though. You got to still do what brought you here to get the W tonight.
Great point. Got to play your game and not just try and win the chess match against the other coach. There's something to be said for keeping it simple. Camden gets it over to Fix. Fix throws it cross court to Morgan Henderson. Henderson now to Armstrong. Armstrong backing away from the basket momentarily. He goes right wing to Henderson. Henderson hadn't used the dribble yet, looking inside. Now he'll go left hand, tries to circle the defense. Now into the paint. 7-footer goes up, but it's blocked. I think it was Richard Hubbard that got a piece of it. Thornhill came away with it. Now Juan headed to the basket, stopped on the right block, puts it up off the window, no good. Rebound is loose. Juan got it back. Juan puts up a short jump shot, no good. Darius Johnson got the rebound. Going to get a foul here. A lot of Parry McClurer fans wanted Darius Johnson on the over-the-back foul, but it's instead going to be Darius headed to the free throw line.
Yeah, I think they probably have a legit gripe, but Tanner Fix will be the guy that's going to get the foul. It'll be his team's first, and it comes with 4 minutes and 27 seconds to go in the Apple Market first.
First free throw up, front iron no good. Don't forget that Feller Chevrolet sponsors our ball game. A short drive will save you money. El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, the happiest place in town. English is your complete home center. And Finch Funeral and Cremation Services. Darius makes the back end of the free throws. We're tied 3-3 with 4:25 to play in the Apple Market first quarter.
Altavista really has got to be good from that line, though, and they've got to be solid at it for at least 4 quarters if possible.
Fix picks up his dribble. Now he'll hand it off to Armstrong, who was getting jostled around a bit. Armstrong to the free throw line, kicks it back out. 3-ball on the way, and it's good. Christian Camden, the big man for Parry McClurer, stepping out with the 3-pointer. Parry McClure's got that lead back, Bob Alvis, 6-3, Fighting Blues.
As I'm watching Parry McClurer, it looks a lot like another team that I've been familiar with for the past 10 years when they haven't had all the athletes in the world, and that's Altavista. They play very similar.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Colonels have ever had this size. I mean, everybody out there on the court is over 6 feet for Parry McClurer. I mean, they don't have any big 6'8", 6'9" guys, but when you can post a lineup in single A that features 5 guys over 6 feet, then you're doing pretty good. Richard Hubbard going to back the ball away from the defense a little bit. Now he goes to the top of the key 3-point line. Bounce pass over to Thornhill. They throw it in the left-hand corner to Allen. Back to Juan on the left wing. Juan stutter steps the dribble. One-hand pass over to Hubbard. Hubbard, 3-pointer on the way. Hit the iron, no good. Quick outlet comes to Parry McClurer on the long rebound. Driving. Juan tried to take the charge. Yes, he did take the charge. Juan got his feet set. Josh Perry was coming down with a head of steam. Give Thornhill a lot of credit for standing in there with the feet set, Bob. Great play right there.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a few other subtle differences that I see. Like one, I've seen about 25 ghosts before I've ever seen Altavista get in a zone defense. But, they look polished, and that's the same way Altavista normally looks. You don't see them with chickens with their heads cut off.
First foul on Josh Perry on the charge right there. Second team foul on Parry McClurer. Juan has it. Edge of the 3-point line now. He'll throw it right wing to Walker Allen. Allen holds it above his head. Throw about a bounce pass in to Darius Johnson, but couldn't get it there. Juan, spin move, middle of the lane. Shot is blocked by Camden. He gets it ahead quickly to Armstrong. Armstrong coming down the left side of the lane. His layup won't go. Rebound controlled by the Altavista Colonels.
The defense is disciplined, though, no doubt, from Parry McClurer.
Absolutely. Demetrius Johnson lost the handle momentarily. This ball is loose. Parry McClure's Morgan Henderson dove on it, but he was laying on the sideline when he grabbed the basketball. Substitute coming in the game for the Fighting Blues is number 15, James Crowder. Altavista's going to sub as well. Josh McClure checking in the game early here, and we'll see who he comes in for. Navy Jones also going to check in the game, too.
He's going to get Darius, is McClure. Navy's going to take Hubbard. So on the floor for Altavista, you've got Canavis Jones, Josh McClure, Walker Allen, Juan Thornhill, and Demetrius Johnson.
Navy Jones will do the honor on the inbounds in front of the Altavista pep band, who always keeps things lively and fun. Navy gets it back from Juan Thornhill on the short pass. Navy standing middle of the court between the circles. Now he throws it right wing to Walker Allen. Allen about 10 feet behind the three-point line. Now back to Navy Jones. Jones dribbles, and he'll just bring it back out. Over to Juan Thornhill. Juan heading baseline. He gets stopped, cut off. Finds McClurer at the top of the key. Now they get it to Navy Jones.
Tell you, I'm very interested to see if that zone defense is going to let Altavista just run the clock at the end of quarters like they sometimes like to do.
Yeah, they're not extending it out past the three-point line, but boy, Bob, long arms from those tall guys, and they really get to the spots very quickly, too. Thornhill faked the three-pointer, then he faked the drive. He'll just one-hand shovel it back to Navy Jones.
Well, you can tell this Parry McClurer team didn't just roll out of bed one day and learn how to play basketball.
That's right.
They are well schooled.
That's exactly right. It's a 6-3 lead for the Fighting Blues. 1:45 to play in the Apple Market first quarter. Demetrius Johnson's posted up on that low block, but they have not been able to get the ball to him this possession. Juan looking inside there. Instead, just go back out on the perimeter to Navy Jones. Navy over to Walker Allen. Back to Navy. I think it went off Navy's foot, and it is out of bounds on the Altavista Colonels. So it's McClurer basketball. Parry McClurer, that is, not Josh McClurer.
Well, and I talked about Parry McClurer not rolling out of bed playing basketball. You've got to think when Demetrius and Darius were in the womb, they were probably posting up each other.
Right.
Because, I mean, there's, Altavista, a lot of those kids throughout their lives have pretty much called the Y home just as much as they've called their home. Richard Hubbard's going to get called for the foul in the backcourt.
A little bit of a reach in there from Richard Hubbard on the hand check. Darius Johnson will check back in the game for Josh McClurer. It's Richard's first, second team foul on Altavista. They're going to throw the full court man-to-man pressure at Parry McClurer. The Blues just do get it in bounds. That's Armstrong. Guarded tightly. That's Crowder. He's guarded by Richard Hubbard. Crowder between the circles, right-hand dribble. Looking to get past Hubbard, but Hubbard's not really allowing him much at all. Maybe a 5-second count coming soon. And the official actually turned to Mike Cardellaro and said, no, I'm not ready to call the 5 seconds just yet. Hubbard is still on him. Crowder finally gets rid of it.
You can't count when you're talking either.
That's a great point. Man got free for Parry McClurer. Can't convert the open layup. That was Tanner Fix. Tanner Fix lost his defender, but couldn't convert. Thornhill throws it over to Jones on the fast break, but there's a foul, and I think they're going to say it's on the floor before Juan sent the pass over. So this will stop play with 56.8 seconds left. It is a 6-3 Parry McClurer lead.
Apple Market first quarter of play. Nelson Dews, will check in for Canavis Jones, and Nelson has been just as hot as Walker Allen has lately.
Exactly. Very good sharpshooters coming off the bench for the Altavista Colonels. Well, Walker Allen starting now because of the absence of Michi Malbeck. Long inbound pass goes to Richard Hubbard standing in the backcourt. Richard will trot it over the timeline with a right-hand dribble.
And, we talked about in the girls' game of how young Parry McClurer is. Well, Altavista's boys' team is not exactly, going to early bird specials. They are a young bunch, too. And I think when you have Walker and Nelson playing the way they are, they're capable of starting.
Yeah, two sophomores for Altavista that are really outstanding. Navy Jones is a sophomore as well coming off the bench. So it's not all that big junior class like we talked about. We're under 27 seconds to play in the Apple Market first quarter. Bounce pass into Darius Johnson. Convert the bucket from 5 feet. Middle of the lane for Darius Johnson. Great looking play right there by the junior Darius Johnson. 6-5 Parry McClurer lead. It is low scoring, and it's probably going to stay this way. We're down to 10 seconds in the quarter. Fix, pass over to Camden. Camden working at the left elbow. Puts up a jump shot from 10 feet. Back iron, no good. Ball stripped away by Juan Thornhill. Thornhill going to throw it up. Never really had a good look at the basket. There's the buzzer to end the first quarter. It's a 1-point lead for Parry McClurer. Bob said low scoring. You bet it really was. 6-5. Visitors on top. Second quarter on the way here on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in Virginia are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
6-5, home team trailing here, but boy, you only trail by 1 in a low-scoring affair. I don't know about that first quarter, though, Alvis. We saw some interesting things. I think we got to blame much of the scoring pace being so low on Parry McClure's good 2-3 zone defense.
Well, and, maybe we talked with Adam Gilbert in the pregame about keeping the score low. Well, this one might, get into the 60s again combined. I even confused myself writing down the wrong score on my paper at one point just because I'm used to writing down much more points in the first quarter. I didn't even get halfway down the page.
Yeah, Colonel's got 2 field goals, I believe, and then the 1 free throw. And Parry McClurer had the 3-pointer in there from their big man, Camden. But If you like offensive basketball, the first quarter was not for you. Backdoor cut by Henderson. He was open, but the ball got tipped away by Richard Hubbard. So Parry McClurer will retain possession underneath their own scoring basket. 7:50 to play in the Apple Market second quarter. It's a 6-5 Fighting Blue lead.
And if you like defensive basketball, this is heaven.
Exactly. Three-pointer on the way from the Blues. No good. Rattled in and out. Rebounded by Henderson. Henderson, nice pump fake, puts it up off the window and in, making an 8-5 Parry McClurer lead on the offensive rebound by Morgan Henderson.
I think Henderson was surprised at how open he was. As he turned around, I think he was looking for contact. None to be had. 8-5 Parry McClurer.
Good timely head fake there by Henderson. Got, I believe it was Darius Johnson up in the air. Hubbard catches on the right wing. Back to Thornhill, middle of the court. Juan, right-hand dribble. He'll give it back to Richard again. Richard thought about the three. Looking inside on that low post for Darius Johnson. Over to Nelson Dews. Now back over to Hubbard. Hubbard, three ball on the way. In and out. No good, but nice offensive board by Darius. Can't get the first one to go. Got his own rebound again. Stuck it back up. Boy, how many times have we seen that, Bob? One of the Johnson brothers doesn't get the first one to go, but they get their own rebound and stick it back up for two.
But what we haven't seen a lot is Altavista being played by their own game. Patience on Parry McClurer is making Altavista really work the ball, I think, more than they want offensively.
They really are having to work the perimeter of that 2-3 zone. Parry McClurer basketball here. Henderson gets it to Fix, taken away by Juan Thornhill. Here comes Juan leading the fast break. Going to have to weave out in and out of traffic. Dumps it off to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson can't get it to go. There was some contact there, and the shot was certainly altered by Camden, who came away with the rebound for Parry McClurer.
No, there was a lot of contact there. There wasn't just some. That was quite a bit. I'm surprised Demetrius kind of didn't fill towards the lane a little bit. Caught that a little bit off the block even. Juan might have had the easier shot with the layup.
Armstrong going to send it over to Camden. Camden being guarded by Darius Johnson. Johnson got his hand on the basketball, but Camden retained possession. He'll chest pass it over to Armstrong. Armstrong driving, got to the edge of the paint. Shot goes up, and it is blocked by Thornhill, but they're going to whistle Juan for a foul in the act of shooting. This will send Sam Armstrong, senior guard for Parry McClurer, to the free throw line. It's Juan Thornhill's first foul, Bob, team's third.
A lot of people tell me that Armstrong is their best player from the Fighting Blues. He takes the free throw stroke without the ball to get the first one up, and it goes down. 9-7 is our score. I'll tell you, Coach Fox also doing something else that a lot of teams don't do. He's pulling both Johnsons out defensively.
Right. Well, and we saw Camden make the three-pointer. He's the big man for Parry McClurer, so it's not like Darius can just stay inside and not go out and guard him. I mean, if the big man can shoot, got to step out there on him. Second free throw, no good. Rebound controlled by Demetrius Johnson. He had to work for that one on the long board. 6 minutes to play. It's a 9-7 Parry McClurer lead. Davy Jones is back in the game for the Colonels.
Very good zone defense, too, by Parry McClurer. It's making Altavista's life a little bit more difficult in the normal zones.
Thornhill, three ball, back iron, no good. Navy Jones skies up for the rebound, and he is fouled on his way down. Boy, great call there by the official, too, because Parry just came under Navy Jones as Navy skied up. And, man, second foul on Parry. So impressive what Navy Jones does, leaping up on those long rebounds.
Yeah, nowhere near dirty at all, but Parry just kind of got underneath, and Navy plays bigger, much bigger than what he is.
Yeah, and I think it's Parry just got in for the box out a little late. I mean, a box out is fine if the guy's on the ground, but Navy Jones was in the air. You can't slide under him when he's already occupying that space up in the air. That's the old principle of verticality that what's-his-name always talks about.
Yeah, I skipped that session of the verticality class, but, you know, a lot of people, Parry McClurer has not seen a lot of guys like Navy Jones or Richard Hubbard stroking from the corner.
Hubbard, left-hand corner, knocking it in there for three. Altavista Colonels have a lead 10-9. It's their first one in a long while. They led 2-1 at one point. They got the lead back 10-9. Henderson picks up his dribble. He's got to go somewhere with almost a 5-second count. He does manage to get it to Parry. Back to Henderson. Henderson pulls up at the free throw line. Now over to Camden. Camden for three. Count that one. The big man, 6'4", Christian Camden has knocked down a pair of triples tonight. Second one right there.
Well, everybody in Buena Vista is big. Brandon Garrett also here helping out with this game. You know, a lot of guys from Buena Vista's past are quite tall.
Yep. Thornhill has in the left-hand corner. Back up to Hubbard. Hubbard top of the key. Maybe thinking about another three-pointer, but he'll back it out. Now sends it over right wing to Navy Jones. Navy holds it above his head, 7 feet behind that right wing three-point line. Looking inside, trying to bounce past the Darius Johnson, but he's covered up. Juan, three-pointer from straight on, off the rim. No good. Rebound controlled by Darius Johnson. He's getting triple-teamed, and now they're calling a jump ball. as some guys got in there and tied up Darius Johnson.
Yeah, I don't think there was getting ready to be any altercation, but the officials get in there just to make sure because they don't know what one guy is thinking. Darius got in a tug of war there, but Altavista is going to keep the ball with the arrow.
4:26 to play in the Apple Market second quarter. Thornhill will inbound. It's a 12-10 Parry McClurer lead.
Starting 5 on the floor for the Colonels right now, Kyle.
Yep. They go long again in the backcourt to Richard Hubbard. Hubbard will just walk it over the half-court stripe. Now right wing. He gets it to Walker Allen. Allen will just hand it to Juan Thornhill. Thornhill, middle of the court. Darius Johnson's in the high post. Demetrius Johnson's in the low post on the opposite side. Allen has it on the right wing. Chest pass to Thornhill. Juan thought about a 3, sends it back over to Walker Allen.
I'll tell you, watching the Johnsons play in the post, it's a treat. It really is.
And Parry McClurer Fighting Blues are doing a nice job with their zone defense to take that away from him. Demetrius Johnson driving to the basket. Offensive foul on Demetrius. Christian Camden getting the feet set for Parry McClurer. I believe it's Demetrius' first foul, Bob.
Yep. Camden's a good player. I mean, there's no question about that.
Absolutely.
But you know what I was saying is just, I mean, if you're a basketball fan and you like, the nuances of the game, I mean, watching the Johnsons try to get position in the post is just it's a treat. And if you're missing out and want football to come back, that's an early preview too, because it's a battle down there.
It really is. It's they do a nice job using their body. Navy Jones almost had a steal right there, but it's collected up by Sam Armstrong. Armstrong really having to work to get by Navy Jones. He'll pass it over to Tanner Fix. Fix to Morgan Henderson now. Henderson picks up his dribble. Right wing, looking for somewhere to go. He does hand it off to Josh Perry. Perry guarded by Juan Thornhill. Perry, little spin move, gets it inside the three-point line, picks up his dribble, sends it over to Fix. Fix stopped at the right elbow. Ball's on the ground. He had to dive his way for it, but Parry McClurer does retain possession.
Colonels need to watch some of this gambling on the steals. I mean, I get what the point is, and it's a great point to try to get the steal, but gambling against a team disciplined like Parry McClurer, I think you're going to get snake bit by that a play or two, and a foul called. Wow.
Yep. Offensive foul. Illegal screen there by Tanner Fix. And this will send the basketball back to the Altavista Colonels, Bob. You talk about gamblers. Let me send a quick shout-out to a good friend of mine. Matt Nolan, the old left-handed southpaw pitcher for the Jefferson Forest Cavaliers, and the Bridgewater Eagles, I might mention. Great fly fisher, too. He's listening, and he was not afraid to gamble out there on the basketball court or the baseball diamond.
His sister could fire the softball, too.
Exactly.
Kristen Nolan.
What an athletic family. Thornhill going to pull up for 3. Talk about an athlete. That one's front iron, no good. Rebound loose. I believe this is going to go to Parry McClurer. It is. Demetrius tried to track it down. He really just ran out of room over there on the baseline.
And I'd like to send a shout-out to my friend and Altavista alumnus, Lisa Weeks, taking a listen to this one tonight. Big fan of the Colonels on the gridiron, on the basketball court. Always has Altavista pride. And Mom and Pop Alvis need a shout-out, too.
Oh, yeah.
They've had to deal with me for 34 years, and they probably need more than a shout-out for that, to be honest with you. Parry McClurer needs to get it in bounds.
Probably needs some therapy. Parry McClurer does. Ball got bounced.
McClurer, my parents.
Oh, boy. We digress. Armstrong brings it up. Left wing for the Fighting Blues. Picks up his dribble. Navy Jones is all over him. He does send an overhead pass to Christian Camden. Camden stepping through the lane. Maybe one too many steps. Yeah, that was the old one in the association, Bob. LeBron James gets away with that all day, but Christian Camden going to get whistled for the traveling violation. It was a good-looking move, just an extra step involved.
That's actually encouraged in the association to make those steps.
Thornhill just going to walk it up, getting some direction from head coach Mike Cardellaro on the bench there. Colonel's going left to right on your radio dial. And Juan trying to set this offense. Demetrius Johnson stationed at the foul line there. And, against that 2-3 zone, it's usually a guard in the middle, 2 guards on the side, then you put a guy at the free throw line and a guy on the low block, and obviously there's some movement involved, but that's your basic formation. Thornhill's the man in the middle right now. Sends it over right wing to Allen. Walker Allen, 3-ball, a little too strong, rebounded by Darius Johnson. Darius puts it up, took some contact there, got his own rebound, stuck it back again. The stick-to-itiveness there, Bob. We said it once, we said it again. Darius Johnson is really a machine on the glass down there.
Tie game, too, 12-12. Apple Market second quarter only has 1:45 left, and I'll tell you, first team to 15 at the half might have the lead.
No kidding. We said low scoring. Low scoring is what you're getting. Packed house here tonight. Parry McClurer basketball. Armstrong working on Thornhill. Thornhill giving him a bit of a cushion. Now he'll pass it over to Cody Buchanan, who has checked into the game for the Fighting Blues. Perry has it right wing over his head. Bounce pass over to Tanner Fix. Fix One dribble, picks it up, sends it to Christian Camden, the big man. He's hit a couple threes already. Darius Johnson is all over him, and Camden stepped out of bounds. Got to credit the defensive pressure from Darius Johnson.
Yeah, and they are really making Darius work tonight defensively, which I think might take away some of the offensive effectiveness. If probably the design. Juan splits the defense.
Jump
Scoop
stop.
layup.
Wow. Juan splits that defense like you said, Bob. The jump stop on 2 feet. Throws it up underhanded there with the scoop layup for 2. It's a Colonel lead, 14-12. 65 seconds to play in the half.
First one in this quarter.
Yep. Subway halftime show is going to be a lot of fun. Buchanan has it. He'll get it over to Fix. Fix for 3, and it's good. No, it's Josh Perry, but it's 3 more points for Parry McClurer, and they've got the lead back, 15-14. Juan over to Richard Hubbard. Hubbard, 3-ball, front iron, no good. Rebound comes down to Josh Perry for Parry McClurer. Double team momentarily. He'll alleviate the pressure with a bounce pass. Cody Buchanan, 17-foot jump shot, won't go in. Now the pace is quickening. Warren Thornhill grabs the rebound. 35 seconds to play.
Like what Buchanan did. If Thornhill had turned and tried to go, he would have gotten an offensive foul. Follow your shot always, youngsters.
Juan Thornhill going to slow things down. 25 seconds left in the half. Juan is 2 feet in front of half court. He's standing on the right elbow of the Colonel logo at mid-court. Colonel's just going to take their time, and they are indeed going to hold for one shot. 2-3 zone for Parry McClurer, not extending out past the three-point line, so Juan doesn't have any reason to move. Now he will send it over to Walker Allen. Allen and Thornhill just playing pitch and catch back and forth. Walker will try a 3. Back iron, no good. Rebounded by Parry McClurer. They've got 1 second. Buzzer beater on the way. It had the distance. I think it was off to the left just a little bit. We've played 2 quarters here from Altavista. Parry McClurer led after the first quarter by 1. They lead after the second quarter by 1. 15-14. Subway halftime show on the way when you come back to 105.5 KD Country.
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
Good food, low prices, and great service keep customers coming back for more day after day at El Cazador Mexican Restaurant in Altavista. El Cazador is now open all afternoons, so you can buy anytime, any day, 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, a great place to unwind and relax with friends. Open 7 days a week, Main Street, Altavista. El Cazador thanks you for your business and making them the #1 Mexican restaurant in town.
English is so much more. English is more than a hardware store. English is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you. Get the quality you really need. English is so much more. English is more than a hardware store. English's is your complete home center.
I'm North Main Street, Altavista, open Saturday 8 to 4.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
Subway halftime show finds the Colonels trailing by 1, 15-14. I'll tell you, Bob, low scoring, but one of the best halves of basketball we've seen all year, just with the sheer back and forth action.
Yeah, certainly is so. And, I think Altavista's playing a very good game. I don't know if I'd call it 100% A, but Parry McClurer is definitely as advertised. I mean, they are playing very fundamental, very crisp, and I don't think there's any sloppiness at all.
Yeah, that defense is really tough. Stingy, to say the least, inside there. You know, they're packing that 2-3 zone in, but they're also managing to get out and contest some of those three-pointers that Altavista probably maybe makes more often than not. Now, the Colonels have hit a couple from behind the arc so far here tonight, but I don't know. Just the 2-3 zone defenses really seem to limit the Johnson brothers' effectiveness. Now, of course, the brothers Johnson are obviously going to grab their share of offensive rebounds and stick those back up, but I don't know that the brothers Johnson, Darius and Demetrius, have been able to get in their normal rhythm out there.
Yeah, and Walker and Nelson haven't been what they've been lately, popping the occasional 3. They haven't gotten it to go so far, and I think the key to the game right now is Parry McClurer is making Darius work way too much on defense, and I think that's kind of, taken away a little bit of the offensive game as well, even though Darius does have 7 points and is leading all scorers. But I think he's running around way too much defensively, and give Parry McClurer all the credit in the world for that.
Yeah, Christian Camden, the big man for the Fighting Blues, is being guarded by Darius Johnson, and he stepped out and hit a couple threes. Boy, Christian Camden spent more time on the perimeter than he has actually in the low post, and I think you make a valid point. It's not that Darius is out of shape or out of condition, but when you got to work so hard on the defensive end, sometimes you get down there on offense, and boy, you do need a bit of a breather.
Yeah, and I'm thankful I'm not in that locker room and have to figure out the way to stop that.
Right. Yeah,
this is one chess game I don't want to play.
Exactly, and Coach Carolero doesn't mind playing the chess game. We'll let our sponsors talk some chess or something else with you here, and we'll have Sarah Maddox on as a special guest to talk about the girls' game, and who knows what else. It's a 15-14 Parry McClurer lead over the Altavista Colonels. It's the Subway halftime show. It's right back after this on 105.5 KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch & Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
Man, it's cold in here. What's wrong with your heater?
Well, it used to work pretty good.
Back in the 90s, just call Select Air and get it fixed.
Oh, it'll probably cost a lot of money.
No, it won't, because Donnie will give you a fair price and get it done right the first time.
Maybe I'll call Select Air tomorrow.
No, you will call Select Air today, because it's freezing in here.
Select Air, 841-1580. 841-1580. Online at selectair.webs.com.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans are $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Back here at the Subway halftime show, Altavista trails Parry McClurer 15-14. The talented Miss Sarah Maddox up here with me to talk about the girls' game where Altavista rallied to win. Let's start with the not so good before we get to the good. What didn't go well early on and why?
Wow, they have talented guards. They have really talented guards. Backcourt, we had a lot of pressure and seemed like we had a hard time getting the ball into where we needed it down into the post.
Yeah, some foul trouble early too, especially out front. And back, and Sydney wasn't effective offensively, but good golly, defensively, I thought she probably won the game for you in the fourth quarter.
Finished the game with 4 blocks, 3 of those in the second half. Absolutely. We held them without a field goal in the fourth quarter, and, that was intense after the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, and I think really kind of to play to me that kind of got things started was Erica Mabry hitting that 3 coming off the bench, cold as ice, and popping that 3. It kind of got the crowd back into it as well. Talk about, the kid like Mabry, and then Casey Cox gets out there, stone cold water running through her veins.
Ironically, Erica Mabry hit a game-winning 3-pointer against the Gretna last year in the JV game, so she has the ability. She's got the range. Coming off of an ankle injury, her and Casey both working on their shooting every day, so it's nice to see them get some points and definitely contributing to the win.
Was tonight, I don't want to say you guys came in overconfident or anything like that, but was it a wake-up call?
It's hard when you don't play teams like this in our area. They're fundamental kids. They put in the work, ball handling, passing, and we don't see that in a lot of our areas. So when we match up like that, it's a little bit different.
You're going to get some rest a little bit before next week. How much does the rest help in terms of getting people healthy and back to 100%?
We will definitely use that wisely. Icing, resting, all the way around for numerous players.
Yeah, loser of Colonial Beach and Northumberland will be coming here next week. And anything else you want to add, Coach?
Thanks for having us up here.
I appreciate your time as always. Sarah Maddox joining me on the Subway halftime show. Kyle's back after this on 105.5 KD Country.
This is Paul Shelton, owner of Altavista Appliance and Furniture, and I want to introduce my grandson, Mitch Haley, who is my new store manager. to tell you about great things we have going for you, our valued customers.
Not only do we sell appliances and furniture, but we are an authorized Husqvarna dealer. We offer the full Husqvarna lineup, including mowers, blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws, with 0% financing up to 48 months. We service everything we sell. Come by and see us today at Altavista Appliance and Furniture on 7th Street, where you will get the best deals with great service.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
GMC Certified Service, Highview Motors, state inspections, transmission repair, tire sales, Highview Motors. If your ride has been in an accident, Highview Motors has the latest collision repair center and body shop. Drive-on frame machine, down-drive paint booth with baking oven, GMC and ASE certified technicians. Great selection of professional-grade GMC trucks and pre-owned cars. Highview Motors, Main Street, Altavista.
Highview Motors, GMC.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Subway halftime show concluding here from Altavista High School. It's the Colonels 14, the Parry McClurer Fighting Blues 15. And I'll tell you, Bob, Altavista spent some time in the locker room here. You know, we talked about it at one point. Most teams will spend about 5, 6, 7 minutes of the 10-minute halftime period in that locker room. Colonels really spent about 9 of it. Came out, got a few shots up, but I have a feeling Coach Cardellaro had some choice words, and I don't know that it was necessarily about the Colonels' effort, though. I think it was maybe some tactical adjustments for the home team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously you can talk about what Parry McClurer is going to do all before they come in, but until Altavista, I think, really sees it, I think they needed, like, visual evidence. And,
right.
You know, film almost doesn't do it justice as well. Altavista trails by 1, scoring for the first half goes as follows to conclude the Subway halftime show. Darius Johnson had 7 for the Colonels, 3 from Richard Hubbard, 2 from Juan Thornhill and Demetrius Johnson. 6 points from Christian Camden, 3 points from Josh Perry, 3 points from Sam Armstrong, a 1 point for Tanner Fix, and 2 points from Morgan Henderson. Not the highest scoring game. The scoreboard lights are getting a rest tonight.
I think that the Colonels basketball players would certainly prefer a higher scoring pace. They love to get the ball in the hoop. Armstrong stopped at about 10 feet middle of the lane, had to dish it away. He'll get it back on a return pass from Perry. He'll pull up free throw line, picks up the dribble now over to Morgan Henderson. Starters back on the court for the Altavista Colonels. Tanner Fix picks up his dribble. He's guarded by Walker Allen. Fix has to get rid of it. He can't. Walker Allen comes away with the steal. Great individual effort there by Allen. They get it ahead quickly. Demetrius lost it. It was a long pass from Richard Hubbard. It was a little too hot to handle, Bob. 7:24 to play in the Apple Market third quarter. It's a 1-point deficit for the Colonels.
Colonels will have to go back on defense, and normally that's their calling card.
Got a nice steal last time down here by Walker Allen. Just could not convert the points off the turnover. Handoff play to Tanner Fix. Fix pulls up from 17 feet. No good. Long rebound controlled by Walker Allen. Kidd jumped out on the court momentarily, and the referee had to dodge him, but he does that just fine. Thornhill driving. He's cut off, but he is fouled on the floor. Juan will not head to the free throw line. He was not in the act of shooting there. He tried to sort of jump up after the fact and make it appear that way. But Juan will do the honors on the inbound. Got Richard Hubbard stationed in the backcourt. Hubbard will trot up in the front court now. They throw it to Walker Allen. Three-pointer on the way. Back iron. No good. Rebound comes down to Sam Armstrong of the Parry McClurer Fighting Blues. 6:55 to play in the Apple Market third quarter. Still 15-14. No points just yet in this third quarter. Armstrong left-hand dribble now over to the right. Short 5-foot pass over to Josh Perry. Perry gets it in the paint. Stop, hands it off to Armstrong. Armstrong will tee up a 3-ball. No good. Rebounded by Walker Allen. Boy, Allen has had a steal and the last 2 rebounds for the Altavista Colonels. Not to say the other 4 guys aren't doing anything.
I think Armstrong thought about that 3 too long.
He did. He had the open 3, and I'm maybe surprised that he was open. Held the ball for a second, then finally tried the 3-ball. And you're right, maybe timing just thrown a little too off. Thinking about it. Hubbard, overhead pass to Thornhill. Thornhill tries to go down low to Darius Johnson, but it's knocked away. Juan scoops it up, but he's on the baseline, out of bounds. Basketball headed back to the visiting Parry McClurer Blues.
Ace Eubank called this earlier today when we saw him at Subway when we were getting our food earlier about a close game, and he definitely thought this game would be close, and Ace is looking like an ace right now.
Ace is the place, and certainly Mr. Eubank, very astute observation there. Josh Perry will walk it across the half-court stripe. He's guarded by Thornhill. Right-hand dribble, now switching over to the left. Gets it to the right arc. He lost Juan going in for the layup. Good job there by Perry. It wasn't very fast, but it was effective. The nice little spin move, turn, shook his man. Coach Carlero wants to take a timeout. It's a 17-14 Parry McClurer lead. 30-second break here on 105.5 KD Country.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
5:57 remaining in the Apple Market third quarter. 17-14 Parry McClurer. Stretching ahead, they led by 1 at the end of the half, leading by 3 now, Bob.
The Blues have traveled well, but the orange probably still dominant color in this gymnasium, and then they have been very quiet tonight.
You're right. They've got excited at times, but it's been a lot of Parry McClurer really slowing this pace down, keeping the Colonels in check. Thornhill, middle of the floor, will fire for 3. Count it. Juan Thornhill from 1 foot behind that three-point line, middle of the floor, knocking it down. Tie ball game. Juan's got a steal. He came in from half court to get that one. Puts up the soft layup, won't go in. Rebound came down to the Colonels, and it was knocked away by Parry McClurer. How about Thornhill with the 3, then the quick steal right after?
And, looking at Coach Fox and Coach Carlero, it's almost like they're twins right there with their motions. And I really, I think the sixth man really needs to get in this game and help Altavista out just a hair more because, you play for home court for a reason.
That's exactly right. Hubbard thought about a 3 from the left wing. Back to Thornhill. Now quickly over to Allen, right wing. Back to Juan, middle of the court. Juan wants another 3. Count it! Juan Thornhill. Back-to-back trays from really the same spot, Bob. And now Thornhill's giving that crowd, that sixth man, something to get excited about, like you mentioned.
Crowd still, I think, very quiet for all the bodies in here, though.
Little subdued, especially for back-to-back three-pointers from, I'll just throw it out there, probably the best athlete in the area, a man who is only headed to UVA to play Division I football, but
a man who just picked up his second foul as well. Canavis Jones checks in for Walker Allen.
Yeah, good point. Thornhill going to lace up the sneaker there one time. 4:58 to play. It is an Altavista Colonel lead, 20-17. The last 6 points have come at the right hand of Juan Thornhill from behind the arc.
Juan could probably play better with no shoes than I could if my sneakers were tied perfect.
Yeah, some of those Kenyans in the Olympics, they run without shoes on, but let's not try it just tonight. Parry McClurer basketball. Josh Perry is guarded by Juan Thornhill. He snuck by him that last time Parry McClurer had the basketball. Picks up his dribble now. Got to go somewhere with it in a hurry. 5-second count. No timeout. Coach Fox saw that the 5-second call was coming. Burned the timeout. Let's take it with him. It's a 30-second timeout with 4:37 to play here in the third quarter. Colonels up 20-17 on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical Virginia high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Colonels up 3. Came into the half trailing 15-14. Juan Thornhill has changed that.
He's put them on a 6-0 run. They got the first 2 with Perry, but since then it's been Juan Thornhill 2 threes, probably back-to-back spots even.
Exactly. Henderson gets it left side of the paint, picks up the dribble now, guarded by Richard Hubbard. Bounce pass to Sam Armstrong. Armstrong right wing to Josh Perry. Perry's just going to back it out. He's guarded tightly by Juan Thornhill. Drives, throws it in the corner to Camden. Camden put it up on the dribble. Now he'll take 15-foot jump shot from the arc. No good. Basketball was knocked around loose, staying with Parry McClurer. Fighting Blue fans on the road wanted a foul.
I think
there.
they wanted it twice. I mean, either time with Darius Johnson.
Darius making some contact. Officials are letting it play a little bit, though. And, I mean, there was contact there, but it's a question of, like you were talking about earlier, did it really aid anybody or not, or impede anybody?
Good play by Parry McClurer to catch that ball in the backcourt. Camden was so tempting to probably catch it before it went in the front court. His momentum would have carried him back.
He is being smothered by Darius Johnson. He finally does get rid of it. Parry has it. Left wing for the Fighting Blues. Oh, good look down low to Henderson, but that's erased by Demetrius Johnson. Basketball goes back to Armstrong, who puts it up. He will get fouled. Great block by Demetrius initially. Good job by Parry McClurer to stay with it, though. And Sam Armstrong, their senior guard, headed to the free throw line to shoot a pair.
Well, I'm glad that was on Richard Hubbard because Juan Thornhill was also in the area, and it would have been Juan's third.
Yeah.
Second team foul in Altavista. Apple Market third quarter, 3:55 left on the board, and it's 20-18.
Well, you know what they say, Bob. Visit the Apple every day. 3 great locations in Altavista: Main Street, Gateway, and Riverside. Free throw does go down for Armstrong, 20-18. 3:55 to play. Nelson Dews is checked in the ball game for the Colonels. He joins Walker Allen, Juan Thornhill, and the brothers Johnson, Darius, and Demetrius. Armstrong hits both. It's a 20-19 ball game now. 1-point lead for the Colonels. Altavista basketball. Thornhill in between the circles. Now left wing to Nelson Dews. Boy, if you're Parry McClurer, you do not want Juan Thornhill trying another 3 ball. That's for sure.
2-3's extending out a little bit now. Almost.
Agreed.
It's going from almost like a 2-3 to a 1-2-2 in a way.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about. That's what the Colonels like. Thornhill will try another 3. He got loose. This one back plate, no good. Rebounded by Darius Johnson. Johnson lowers the shoulder, sticks it in right there. Aggressive play right there by Darius Johnson on the offensive rebound.
Parry McClurer back the other way in a hurry, though.
Yeah, they wanted to beat the Altavista defense down. Altavista recovered well. Henderson has the edge of the paint. Throws up the hook shot. No good. But Demetrius Johnson controls the rebound. Don't see the hook shot enough.
Taught at the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar camp, but other than that, not very active in high school basketball. As Nelson Dews is going to get called for a travel, and Parry McClurer will check in a substitution. It'll be Cody Buchanan's first action of the evening. Canavis Jones will rejoin the party as well. Jones, Thornhill, the brothers Johnson, and Walker Allen on the floor for Altavista.
Number 30, Josh Perry, going to do the honors on the inbound play here. He's standing right in front of the Altavista Colonel bench, and he does get it into Armstrong. Armstrong going to get picked up in the backcourt by Navy Jones. Jones faked like he was going to go to try and swipe the basketball. 3 minutes to play here. Parry McClurer does break the timeline and get it into the front court. Josh Perry bounce pass to Armstrong. Armstrong, right point, ball over his head, looking inside. Couple dribbles now between the legs. Passing over to Tanner Fix. Fix picks up his dribble back to Armstrong. Had to give and go play there, though. Demetrius did a nice job recovering for the Colonels. Perry driving, shot no good, rebounded and stuck back up by the man Cody Buchanan, who just came. No, that was Armstrong, I think, that stuck it in.
It was
Bob.
Armstrong. It's a 1-point game.
22-21. Colonels lead by 1. Navy Jones, left wing over to Walker Allen. Colonel's going right to left now this half.
This feels way too close for likings of many people, probably.
Well, it feels like a 1-point game, doesn't it?
It really does.
Oh, that's a joke. It is a 1-point game. 22-21. Darius Johnson, middle of the lane. Bit of a sky hook himself right there. Sticks it in with the right hand. It's more than a 1-point game now. It's a 24-21 Colonel lead with 2 minutes to play in the Apple Market third quarter.
And you know, you joke about it being only a 1-point game, but I sense neither team is ready to pull away yet either, though. I mean, I sense the tightness just, here to stay. Nice pass.
Yeah, quick pass inside, blocked by Demetrius Johnson. Demetrius didn't really have position. He got the block from the backside. Thornhill brings it up for the Colonels. Allen, 3-ball, front iron, no good. Rebound is loose, controlled by Buchanan. Buchanan had it poked away from the backside by Walker Allen. Coach Fox from Parry McClurer thought there should have been a foul. Nice little poke check from behind there by Walker Allen. Buchanan slow to get up.
Well, I don't like it when Angela Emerson has to make an appearance, and I think she's going to be called on right now. Jason Morgan waving her out. One of the coaches going out, too. Parry McClure's got a former football coach on their team as well. Rad Patterson coached the Fighting Blues way back when Altavista went up there and started the football series, which was about 7 or 8 years ago. Cody Buchanan will come off the court and get a hand from both Buena Vista and Altavista. The Battle of the Vistas tonight, too.
You don't see that enough. And I'm not sure.
If we had Magna Vista here, it could be a three-way battle.
Right. Yeah, a little tri-meet in wrestling or something there. Parry McClurer inbounding underneath their own basket. They do get it in. Armstrong wants to try a 3. hit the window and didn't go in. Rebounded by Juan Thornhill. Juan was fouled on his way down there, grabbing the board. I think it's on number 40, Christian Camden, don't you, Bob?
Yeah, and I think if anything, Altavista probably fouled Altavista on that more than Camden did, because two Altavista guys got caught up in the air. Parry McClurer not getting the benefit of the doubt on that call. Second team foul, 2 team fouls apiece. Apple Market third quarter, 90 seconds to go in it. Altavista 24-21 to Parry McClurer.
Parry McClurer has stayed in that 2-3 zone all night, Bob. And it's my question is, when is Coach Fox going to put a little wrinkle in and maybe come out of it? You know, when Altavista's got a big trip down or an inbounds play or something, maybe switch up to the man-to-man just to fool the Colonels a little bit. But we'll see. Thornhill in between the circles now sends it left wing to Hubbard. Hubbard back to Juan. Little pitch and catch between those two guys. Now they throw it down low to Demetrius Johnson. Demetrius trying to control it. You're right. It was Darius, but Demetrius ended up with it. Demetrius now smothered. Does get it to Thornhill. Thornhill puts up the shot, and he is hacked hard. Got my brothers Johnson confused, which is easy to do.
Even with the scorecard.
I know.
Thornhill's going to get 2. You know, commenting on your man-to-man thing, I just don't know if that's going to be a good idea. And even I get your point just to switch it up for a minute, but maybe you can throw something else junk out there. But I just don't know that Parry McClurer can go athlete to athlete and keep up with the Johnsons, Thornhill, and even Canavis Jones with a man-to-man.
Well, I would agree with you. The 2-3 zone really allows them to utilize their size more so than the athleticism that they lack. Juan does knock down both. 26-21. Colonels lead under a minute to go now in the third quarter.
And if it ain't broke, don't fix. I mean, the 2-3's been working.
Well, they're down 5, though, and they could be down more, but we'll have to see. That's part of the reason why this is so much fun here on a Friday night. Conference 44 championship game. Parry McClurer basketball really having to work hard to get it by the Altavista defense, which is really starting to hunker down there at about the volleyball line.
Yeah, Armstrong appearing at a circus near you as he tightrope that mid-court line.
He'll back it up now. 2 feet in front of half court, standing in the half court circle, guarded by Navy Jones. Now the 5-second count administered. Going to try and use a screen. Opts not to. Gets it to a teammate, then right back. Navy Jones is up on him. 5-second count being called. He'll dribble out of it. Turns his back to the basket momentarily. Circling the defense now. One hands it over to Christian Camden. Camden hasn't used a dribble. Now he does. One left hand. Gets it to the free throw line. He picks up his dribble. They'll get it back to Parry. Now over to Armstrong. Clock winding down. We got 5 seconds. Got up in the air. Might have taken an extra step. 3-pointer on the way from Tanner Fix. No good. Hubbard grabs the long rebound. Takes a look at the clock. Couldn't get a good grip on the ball for a half-court shot. But the Colonels have taken a lead into the fourth quarter. 26-21. 8 minutes of regulation left on 105.5 KD Country.
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
26-21. Altavista Colonels leading here on Championship Friday. Hopefully, regional championship will be on a Saturday, so that didn't really play into my hand very well. But Bob,
hey, I screwed up earlier. I just handed the baton.
Exactly. We're having fun tonight, though. That's the bottom line. You always have fun on 105.5 or at kdcountry.com on your smartphone, your tablet, your laptop, your desktop. Colonels sounded pretty good in that third quarter. Doesn't matter where you listen to it.
Defensively, they really sunk their teeth in, and they're down. They only gave up 6 points from Parry McClurer. I still think the zone's working, even though Altavista outscored them 2-1 that quarter. But Juan hit those 2 threes.
Yeah.
And other than that, not a lot. Darius had 4. Juan had 8 that quarter.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you about the zone is working. I mean, when you hold the Colonels to 26 points in 3 quarters of basketball, your defense has played pretty good. I just question if maybe there's a time Coach Fox is going to throw a wrinkle out there. We'll have to see. You see how the zone is working on Darius Johnson. You know, he's really double-teamed almost at all times.
Right.
And it's been tough. Johnson does have it. Couple steps, low block, count the bucket right there. Maybe Darius Hervey, somehow I doubt it, but he caught it middle of the lane, worked his way to the right side of the paint, and finally put it up from that right-hand post spot for 2 points. Colonels stretching out the lead, 28-21.
I think Darius is a little busy for the tune-in app right now.
I think so, yeah. Maybe he's got the earpiece in there like a Secret Service.
Almost
had a steal, yep. He's really guarding Camden tightly. A little too tight for the officials' liking. They're going to get Darius for the body contact. Want to say it's the big man's second foul. Third foul? Okay, Bob. 3 team fouls on Altavista.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Oh, boy, this is where you owe me
sorry.
that apology. It doesn't have to be on the air. 7:13 to play in the Apple Market first quarter. First quarter, there's a mistake. It's the fourth quarter, folks. I'm sorry.
You're not getting it privately.
No.
Navy Jones couldn't get to the table in time.
28-21, Altavista leading. We're definitely having fun here, and the fans are getting more than their money's worth. Great game in the opening act, and the nightcap has been pretty good, too.
I'll bet Parry McClurer would have a little more fun if they could get a basket. They need one badly.
Good point. Henderson going to get it left wing over to Josh Perry. Perry, right-hand dribble. He'll back it away from the basket. He's guarded by Walker out in the middle of the court. Just hands it off underneath to Armstrong. Armstrong driving left side of the lane. Puts up a runner. Won't go. Richard Hubbard soaring up for the rebound. Tie up. Jump ball coming. Morgan Henderson got in there and was able to possess the basketball with Richard.
Colonels are not a fun team to try to play catch-up against, and right now it's 7, and I think it's in that very dangerous zone of getting maybe out of the zone, or something's got to happen for Parry McClurer.
Right, it is a dangerous time. You know, if you get a bucket, you can get it close. Camden going to try a 3. Count that bucket. He hit it right in front of his own bench, and Bob, I'll tell you, that one was from deep. He was probably closer to his own bench than he was that three-point line. 28-24.
Could have probably reached out and touched Nelson Fox.
Yes.
28-24, like you mentioned. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go here in regulation, and I stress regulation.
Great point. Navy Jones running the point for the Altavista Colonels right now. He'll send it left wing to Hubbard. Hubbard throws it back middle of the court to Navy Jones. Now they go to the other side, right side, to Thornhill. Thornhill.
Oh, and my favorite game is getting played. Darius is really banging down low.
He's working hard on the interior there. He's at the foul line right now, and Demetrius is running the baseline. They do throw it to Demetrius in the left-hand corner, who send it back to Navy Jones. Jones slashing to the defense. Puts up a behind-the-back layup almost. It was off balance. Navy's having a hard time getting up. He will hop up and trot back and play some defense. Parry McClurer couldn't get out in transition. Now on the secondary break, it's number 34, Tanner Fix with the bucket. Head fake sent Navy Jones over the top. Coach Carlero doesn't like how the momentum has changed. He wants a timeout. Colonels lead, but it's been cut into. It's only by 2 points. 5:42 to play left in regulation on 105.5 KD Country.
Some people have never tried food at a Mexican restaurant. So we asked Chad Shelton from Shelton's Plumbing and Heating about his experience.
I wasn't so sure what the green stuff was, but they slipped some on my plate one day, and now I won't have a meal without guacamole. Still can't spell it.
At El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, if you have questions, they give you the answers in English. Mexican and American foods, affordable prices, and fast service. Try it today, El Cazador, Main Street, Altavista.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
2-point ball game here from Altavista High School. Gym is full. I know we got a lot of folks listening, Bob, whether it's at 105.5 or kdcountry.com. I hope it's as much fun as we're having. Great ball game here. Altavista up 28-26.
This is a championship atmosphere. That's for sure. Conference 44 is had one good game tonight where the Lady Colonels battled back from adversity, to say the least, to get a W. The guys have had, it's really been a seesaw tonight here, and you can tell that Mike Carlero and Nelson Fox are playing chess. I mean, granted, it's about the I don't want to say the pawns because that's disrespectful, but it's about the pieces on the court, too.
Yeah.
But it's been a real thinking man's game, too. And Parry McClurer is ready to bite in defensively, and the crowd from Buena Vista getting to their feet.
Yeah, on their feet. I think that'll bring the Colonel crowd to their feet as well. Coach Carlero took the timeout, didn't like this little mini run that Parry McClurer is on, but in a low-scoring game like this, Bob, I mean, a mini run of 4 or 5 is actually pretty big, Colonel basketball. Allen has it. He throws it free throw line to Darius Johnson. Johnson spin move middle of the lane, puts it up, and he's fouled. Shot would not go in. Hit off the back window, never touched the rim. But he'll head to the free throw line and shoot a pair. Navy Jones going to check back in.
I was just getting ready to say, you got to wonder how much Navy got banged up from that fall, but Navy is back out there, so it must not have been that bad. Tanner Fix has 3 fouls now.
Darius Johnson does sink the first free throw, stretches the lead for the Colonels back out to 3, 29-26. 5:19 to play here in the Apple Market fourth quarter. I'll tell you, the customer service at Apple Market, Bob, they always perform like it's the fourth quarter. Take care of you and get everything you need. Second one on the way from Darius. It's good. More of a line drive free throw that time, but he sank it. 30-26. Colonels have a 4-point lead now.
I think when we went in today, they were just holding up 4 fingers right away.
That's right, yeah.
Fourth quarter.
They always perform like it's the fourth quarter, exactly. Josh Parry brings it down right sideline. He'll back it out, guarded by Juan Thornhill. Middle of the court, chest pass over to Morgan Henderson. Henderson holds it over his head. Now crossover dribble, trying to get by Richard Hubbard. Oh, great look down low. He had Parry, but the pass would not find its target. He had to skip it really low to the ground. It was almost rolling to Parry just out of his arms, and the basketball will go to the Colonels.
I'll tell you what, Parry McClurer can play all the defense they want, and it's great. It's really good, solid defense, but you got to put the ball in the hole, too, and I think that might be a little bit of a challenge because Altavista's defense has stepped up, too. 4:50 to go in the Apple Market fourth, 30-26 home team.
Juan Thornhill breaks the timeline and stands 1 foot in front of half court. Coach Fox tells his 2-3 zone to stay put, and Mike Carlero tells Juan Thornhill to stay put.
Now
Juan,
this is chess.
Yep, Juan is just, again, the 2-3 zone is not coming out past half court. Coach Carlero is looking at Coach Fox to see when he's going to pull his zone defense out. Coach Fox says, just stay put. We got 4.5 minutes to play, Bob. How long do you think Coach Fox lets Juan Thornhill just stand in the midcourt circle with nobody on him, picking up the 5-second count?
Coming out now, appears, but not enough to necessitate 5 yet.
Yeah, I think they're going to change their defense.
Yeah,
they held up a finger 3. I don't know if it's still a 2-3 zone. That's just a different type of 2-3 zone. It doesn't look like they've matched up man-to-man, though.
Yeah, it still looks 2-3-ish, but the 2-3 is really extending out.
Yeah.
Not a 5-second count, though. I don't see anybody counting.
Nope. And now with the 2 top guys extended out, the free throw line is really where Parry McClure's
Somebody's got to
defense
count now because
it's vulnerable now. Yep. Juan driving, dishes to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson fouled, count the basket. That brings a big roar from the crowd and a big roar from number 5, Demetrius Johnson. How about Thornhill just weaving his way in and out of the defense and then threw it on the dish to Demetrius Johnson. Great looking play right there from the Colonels. They ran off a minute at a time, too, and extended the lead, Bob.
And Tanner Fix picked up a 4th foul.
Yep.
The Rook just got captured.
Oh, man, Bob Alvis with the chess analogies. 32-26, Colonels lead. Free throw on the way. It's good, making a 33-26 lead from Demetrius Johnson. Boy, that could be a backbreaker. Maybe just psychologically for Parry McClurer there to give up points like that and allow Altavista to run off so much time. Coach Fox wants to take a timeout. All the Colonel players are pumped up. We'll take a 30-second timeout with them. It's a 33-26 Colonel lead on 105.5 KD Country.
English is so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need. English is
so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Fans are into it, broadcasters are into it, coaches are into it, and you better believe the players are into it. Bob Alvis, fun night. Colonels up by 7 on 105.5. I had to think about it.
Yeah, well, I'll take some brain power away from you for a minute and run my mouth. Mike Carlero doesn't like this. Well, never mind. Parry McClure's got the ball, and they're looking to move.
Parry McClurer, Coach Fox took the timeout. Boy, they had to get it going. Demetrius Johnson almost got a 5-second count there. Thornhill guarding Josh Parry. Parry's going to back it out away from the basket again. Looks like Parry McClurer wants to try and set up a set play, possibly.
Navy and Armstrong having a battle on the
kidding.
post.
Armstrong trying to post up. Navy down low. They do get it to Armstrong in the low block. Gets it up. Had to alter the shot. Got his own rebound. Let's see if he sticks it back up. He'll just dribble it out. Kicks it to Camden, the big man for 3. He's got another one.
He has kept them alive.
Yes, exactly. And how about the role reversal there? Armstrong is the guard. He was posted up down low. He got his own rebound on the missed shot, kicked it out to the big man, 6'4" Christian Camden, who made the 3. You watch enough basketball, you'll see everything, folks.
I don't think the coaches enjoy this as much, but the timeout's been called, but I might get a petition started to get this to home and home.
Absolutely.
This is some good stuff.
2:57 to play. Timeout called by Coach Mike Carlero. Let's keep it here for right now. And we'll just chat it up just a little bit, Bob. 33-29. Wow. The big man, 6'4" Christian Camden for Parry McClurer, Mr. Alvis, knocked down 4 3-pointers in this game. And, well, you could argue that Parry McClurer might be out of this one if it wasn't for Christian Camden.
Well, and you know what a fan I am of the ODAC. And I think Christian Camden could probably help a school in the ODAC next year, especially as some type of role player, just because he is a solid player. And I think when you get the Nelson Fox stamped player, you're getting somebody that's sound, fundamental, You're getting somebody that's got a good thing going between the ears, and you're just getting a solid basketball player. And, this game has been a little bit of a battle, but I haven't seen either team really lose their cool tonight.
Agreed. Yeah, both teams have seemed to handle the pressure well. Now, there's been some turnovers here and there that maybe you could attribute to the pressure of the game, but I think most of it has been the really good defensive pressure from both teams. Of course, the Colonels in their traditional man-to-man all the way up and down, full court man-to-man. Parry McClurer has played the 2-3 zone with great effectiveness tonight, so two different styles, both of them working, and it's been a lot of fun to watch. The timeout is over. It's a 33-29 Altavista Colonel lead.
Would you be upset if this was home and home?
Would I be upset if these two teams played twice a year? No,
Right.
I wouldn't be
Okay,
upset if these
good.
two teams played 10 times a year, Bob. This is fantastic.
Double dip tonight?
Basketball to watch. Hubbard will inbound, lobs it over the top to Juan Thornhill. Juan's still in the backcourt. He'll break the timeline now. Morgan Henderson has stretched out the zone a little bit for Parry McClurer. Juan, a little shoulder fake. Doesn't try and drive past his man, but he just sends it over to Hubbard. Hubbard gets it to the free throw line to Allen. Allen, 15-footer. Back iron, no good. He's tracked down his own rebound, though. You're going to get a foul on Parry McClurer. Good job by Walker Allen to chase after the missed shot.
Well, Ernie Banks always said, let's play two. And, Buena Vista is also known for a pretty good baseball man that won a World Series and was a really good game manager, Charlie Manuel, who managed the Indians and the Phillies.
Hubbard will inbound on the baseline for the Colonels. Throws it in the backcourt to Demetrius Johnson. 2:37 to play left in this ball game. It's getting late early. Colonels ahead by 4.
I think Charlie Manuel would have to be a fan of all this managing and coaching tonight.
I think so. He's got to be a sports fan. He's not just a baseball fan. Thornhill guarded by Henderson. No 5-second count. Chest pass over to Richard Hubbard. Hubbard picks up his dribble. Sends it to the left elbow to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson with the 16-footer. Count the basket on the jump shot for the big man. 35-29. Colonels extending the lead.
Demetrius has had 2 big buckets tonight. That bucket when Thornhill ran so much time off the clock was huge, too. And now he's going to give it one back with a foul. That's going to be the 4th team foul against Altavista. I think it's only number 1 or 2 on Demetrius. His second.
Navy Jones is back in the basketball game. He'll go in for Walker Allen. It is the second one on Demetrius Johnson. 4th team foul in the Altavista Colonels. 2:06 to play in the Apple Market 4th quarter.
Wouldn't be surprised at some point here if Parry McClurer tries some type of full court pressure.
Yeah, again, that's a great point. Maybe it's not just a man-to-man. Maybe they just switch and go full court pressure. I'm sure Coach Fox would like to make a bucket and then try and play the full court pressure. Henderson has not broken the timeline just yet. Basketball was still in the backcourt, and both feet and the ball have to be there. They turn it over anyway, though. Darius Johnson picks up a loose ball.
It just looked close, though, to where one of the officials could tweet the whistle on that one. It was real close.
Well, he still had the basketball in the backcourt. Got to have both feet and the ball. Thornhill driving. Layup won't go in. Rebound comes down to Parry McClurer. We got 1:40 to play. Juan got the ball back. Juan got the basketball back. Hands it off to Demetrius Johnson. Now to brother Darius. Darius fouled. Man had his arm. Coach Cardellera pleading for an intentional foul there, as really the player, I guess it was Camden for Parry McClurer, didn't go after the ball. He just grabbed Darius's arm, but no intentional foul. Darius Johnson will be on the free throw line. It was not on Camden. It was on, well, there's no number 4 out there, and they've got number 4 on the scoreboard. Anyway, we'll figure out who the foul is on in a second. Darius is at the free throw line to shoot 2.
It was funny because Darius is a very emotional kid.
Yeah.
And Darius kind of swung the fist. And Canelo Alvarez, I'm a big boxing fan, of course. He's got a pay-per-view on March 8th, and Canelo's a great body puncher, but I think Darius was almost going to let the official almost found out that Darius is probably a pretty good body puncher, too, because that fist, just in the emotion, swung.
Yeah, Darius was, upset with himself.
Right, yeah, it wasn't any malicious intent whatsoever, but Darius not happy. And I wonder if that was number 5.
Yeah, it was. They called it on Tanner Fix, and it's his 5th foul, so he's done for the evening. Navy Jones will check in for the Colonels. He joins Richard Hubbard, Juan Thornhill, and the brothers Johnson, Demetrius, and Darius. Darius on the free throw line to shoot a pair for the Colonels with 1:34 remaining. He sinks the first one. 36-29 is your Colonel lead now. Darius has one more on the way.
Fix will finish with 3 points on the evening. 36-29, as you mentioned, Kyle. And I really wonder if the air is going to get squeezed out of the ball when the Colonels get the possession back with only $1:34 to go.
Second one hits front iron, then off the backboard and drops in. So good shooter's touch for Darius Johnson, who makes both. 37-29. Parry McClurer got to hurry to get the ball in. 5-second call. They will not get it in. Coach Fox wanted to call a timeout. None of the officials saw him. Turnover. Basketball headed back to the Altavista Colonels. Bob, boy, is that huge.
Yeah, and as a coach, you always hate it when there are 3 guys out there and nobody heard you or saw you calling a timeout.
Yep. Tough break there for Coach Fox. Hubbard will inbound for the Altavista Colonels. He's having a hard time getting it in.
He called it himself, though.
He'll burn the timeout. Full 1 minute timeout. Let's take it with him. 1:34 to play. Colonels up 8 on 105.5 KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans are $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Well, it's getting late early, Bob Alvis. 1:34 to play in regulation. Colonels have stretched the lead out. They're up 37-29.
I'm not sure what the admission price was, Kyle Haney, but I think your edge of the seat line is very apropos right now.
Yep, and the
fouls on Camden.
Parry McClurer has gone into the man-to-man defense now, Bob. We'll see if it's too little, too late. Not that it would have been their best strategy before. Third foul on Camden. It's going to send Darius Johnson to the free throw line. Darius will shoot a 1-and-1 here. Foul was on the floor, but it's the 8th team foul on Parry McClurer.
Free throws become so big at this point in the game.
Yep, this one, front iron, no good. Good box out by Parry McClurer to control the rebound there. And it's Josh Perry that will bring it up the court for them. Brings it to the right sideline, now throws it to Armstrong. Armstrong driving, cut off, gets it left wing to Morgan Henderson. That shot is blocked by Darius Johnson. Henderson fired the 3 up. It was blocked by Darius. Juan grabbed the loose ball, and then Juan Thornhill fouled. Juan's going to go to the free throw line and shoot a 1-and-1 with 1:18 to play. Colonels lead 37-29.
You know, I think Parry McClurer honestly might have gotten a little too frantic offensively right there. They're down 8. Granted, you need the points. But I don't think, it kind of looked like they were running around too much, not playing their style.
Right.
As what we've seen the first 3.5 quarters or more. Juan misses.
Yep, free throw no good. Rebound comes down to Josh Perry again from the Parry McClurer Blues. Juan hit the deck hard on a good screen, a clean screen, but it was hard. Armstrong, 3 ball, it's good. Coach Fox wants to take a timeout. Parry McClurer has cut into the lead. Let's take the timeout with him. Colonel's still up, 37-32. 1 minute and 9 seconds left to play here on 105.5 KD Country.
Man, it's cold in here. What's wrong with your heater?
Well, it used to work pretty good.
Back in the 90s, just call Select Air and get it fixed.
Oh, it'll probably cost a lot of money.
No, it won't, because Donnie will give you a fair price and get it done right the first time.
Maybe I'll call Select Air tomorrow.
No, you will call Select Air today, because it's freezing in here.
Select Air, 841-1580. 841-1580. Online at selectair.webs.com.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Bob Alvis, this is a lot of fun. A Friday night in Altavista in late February. You got Kenny Hunt on the microphone getting the crowd pumped up. The pep band's getting the crowd pumped up. And, the action between the lines doesn't hurt either. Altavista's got the lead at 5 points right now. 1:09 left to play, Mr. Alvis.
Kenny Hunt is so fired up, we might have to get the extinguisher out for him.
It might be the only thing that can cool that man off, that's for sure. 37-32, Colonels lead. Coach Fox called the quick timeout after Sam Armstrong hit a 3 for Parry McClurer. Parry McClure's been good from behind the arc, Bob, so can't count them out of it with their long-range shooting.
The pressure, like I mentioned.
Thornhill gets it inbounds to Darius Johnson, hands it right back to Juan. Juan standing in the opposite paint of where he needs to go. Now he splits the defense, breaks the half-court stride, headed to the rim. Juan Thornhill with the lay-in, the finger roll. Juan with the long strides, Bob. Boy, when he got going full speed at about half-court there was no stopping him. Armstrong, long 3, won't go in. Rebounded by Walker Allen. Allen is fouled after the rebound. Walker Allen going to head to the line and shoot 2. That might have actually done it right there. I know we still got 52 seconds left, but boy, Thornhill, he broke the defense and threw it into 5th gear. He was like a blur.
Wow, and I think what Coach Fox, or probably 99% of this gym would tell you, Kyle, That was athleticism.
Yes, exactly.
Totally right there.
I mean, he split the 2 or 3 defenders that were in the backcourt, and then the guys that were left in the front court really had no chance. Allen's first free throw goes in.
You got to put pressure on him defensively in the backcourt, no doubt, just because time is running out.
Right.
But, that is that flat athleticism by Juan Thornhill, and that's why UVA wants him to play football and who knows what else.
Exactly. Walker Allen's second free throw goes down. It's a 9-point Colonel lead all of a sudden. It was 5 just a few seconds ago. 41-32. Parry McClurer really in dire straits now, and they're probably desperate. Parry driving the baseline, throws up a shot, but he is fouled. And I believe this is on the floor, so really it's not going to hurt the Colonels.
On Walker Allen.
Yeah, Walker, it's just his first foul. It doesn't hurt the Colonels at all. If anything, it's better because Parry McClurer has to take the time to inbound it again. Inbound play coming. They get it into Armstrong.
Got
Armstrong.
one more to give.
Yep. Pump fakes 1-3. He's picked up his dribble, not going anywhere. Throws it in the corner. Camden will try a 3 from the wing. Count that one. It's Camden's 5th 3 of the night. We'll see if it's too little, too late. Timeout by Coach Fox again. 1-minute timeout. We'll take 30 seconds of it. 37.7 seconds left to play. Colonels up 41-35 on 105.5 KD Country.
This is Paul Shelton, owner of Altavista Appliance and Furniture, and I want to introduce my grandson, Mitch Haley, who is my new store manager, to tell you about great things we have going for you, our valued customers.
Check out our low prices. All living room suites are on sale. Plus, we have a large selection of recliners, accent rugs, end tables, and lamps. Our appliance department features name brands like Frigidaire, Speed Queen, Maytag, Whirlpool, and Amana. Come check us out today, where you'll find the best deals with great service at Altavista Appliance and Furniture on 7th Street, right in front of the First National Bank.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
41-35, Colonels lead here in a very, very spirited contest. I'm Kyle Haney with Bob Alvis. Bob, the writing is on the wall now. Parry McClurer is going to have something special. They trail by 6, and like I said, their outside shooting, though, does still give them hope.
It's in dry erase marker right now. It's not quite the permanent marker, but Coach Fox has been around a time or two, and Nelson Fox and Mike Cardellaro have just, matched wits tonight as well. One timeout left apiece for each team, and you see the full court pressure again.
Juan Thornhill going to bounce it into Walker Allen. They will foul. Camden came up with a high pressure. I don't know if he was trying to foul to stop the clock, but he definitely made solid contact with Walker Allen.
I think it was intentional, unintentionally done.
Yep, that's Camden's 4th foul.
Walker very quiet tonight. Only 2 free throws have gone down for Walker Allen, and that's scouting too, because I'm sure that we talk about Walker Allen not being a secret anymore. Well, certainly wasn't a secret to Parry McClurer, because I think he only fired 1 3.
Yeah, he may have had a second 3-point attempt. You're right, but
he had the one inside at the free throw line.
Free throw goes down there though for Walker Allen. He's made 3 in a row, and we talked about how important they were going to be. 42-35, Colonels lead now with 35 seconds. Second one on the way from Walker. It's good, nothing but net. So he's made 4 in a row, and he's looked very, very confident from that free throw stripe. That's going to help down the stretch here. 43-35. Parry McClurer breaks the timeline with 30 seconds to play. Basketball poked away, and the Altavista Colonels have it. That might just do it. Walker Allen gets fouled. He'll go back to the free throw line. Almost a jump ball situation there, though, as Armstrong tied him up. But there was definitely some contact in there.
And if Walker Allen keeps this up, this is going to keep him on the court late in games at the free throw line.
Well, we've always said if you can shoot free throws, you can be out there late in the game. Great point, Bob Alvis. Walker Allen's made 4 in a row here. 23.1 seconds left. The time is really against Parry McClurer now. They trail 43-35.
Foul was on Buchanan. He got shaken up earlier. Good to see him back out there.
Free throw converted by Walker Allen. That's 5 in a row. We know how Walker's got the ice water in his veins on the football field. Knocked in that game winner against Russburg. Man, countless extra points. Well, somebody counted, but you get my point.
Between him and Casey Cox tonight, I mean, it's been a fountain of ice water.
Yep.
Running through their bodies.
Second on the way from Allen. This one rattles around. It touched the front iron and then the back plate and went in. But, boy, Walker Allen's made 6 in a row, and I think we're going to have to consider him as a player of the game possibility with this free throw shooting down the stretch. Down to 15 seconds left. Parry McClurer really got to hustle now. They'll put up a runner from about 10 feet. No good. Walker Allen almost grabbed the rebound. Richard Hubbard will do the honors instead. And I think they're going to call a foul on Parry McClure's.
It's on Trent Boatwright.
Yep. 7.9 seconds left, Bob. So I think with certainty we can say it now that the Altavista Colonels are going to be the inaugural Conference 44 champs. They're going to join the Lady Colonels playing at home all next week. The first game will be Tuesday, and you play at home as long as you keep winning.
Right.
Yeah. As long as they have a game, it'll be at home.
Right.
Richard Hubbard on the free throw line. No other Colonels in the paint with him. Sinks the first one. Make it a 46-35 game now. Altavista, boy, how about the way they pulled away, Bob? They were down 1 at halftime. That third quarter was huge.
Yeah, defensively, they really bit in. And how about Richard and Walker? 8 straight free throws.
Yes, that's incredible. And we talked about free throw shooting might burn the Colonels down the stretch. Well, it doesn't seem like it's going to burn them here tonight. Little free throw line jumper goes in for Sam Armstrong. Coach Fox wants to take a timeout. We'll take a 30-second timeout to wrap up the game. Then the Subway post-game show will be on the way after that. Colonels lead 47-37. You're hearing it all live on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
47-37, Colonels lead. Just a few seconds to play. Coach Fox burned his last time out there. I guess maybe the theory is you can't take them home with you, Bob, but it's clear Parry McClurer is not going to make up 10 points here in the next 1.9 seconds, which is how much we have left.
Yeah, I think we call that the Pete Gillen theory of you can't take them home with you, so use them all, use them early, use them often.
Thornhill just going to have to get it in bounds, and then that'll pretty much do it. He gets it to Walker Allen. Allen holds it. There's the final buzzer. Colonels, a 10-point winner here in the first ever Conference 44 Tournament Championship. They're going to host first-round regional action along with the Lady Colonels on Tuesday. Subway postgame show on the way when we come back to 105.5 KD Country.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
GMC Certified Service, Highview Motors, state inspections, transmission repair, tire sales, Highview Motors. If your ride has been in an accident, Highview Motors has the latest collision repair center and body shop. Drive-on frame machine, down-drive paint booth with baking oven, GMC and ASE certified technicians. Great selection of professional-grade GMC trucks and pre-owned cars. Highview Motors, Main Street, Altavista.
Highview Motors, GMC. English is
so much more.
English is
more than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need. English is
so much more.
English is
more than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista, open Saturday 8 to 4.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Subway post-game show finds the Altavista Colonels a big winner here tonight. Game they had to come back from. Lady Colonels came back from 10 down in the fourth quarter in the opener. Colonels weren't that far down in the nightcap here, Bob, but still. Big-time win, first ever Conference 44 championship. It assures the Colonels home court advantage as long as they keep winning. Any game they play next week will be here at Altavista High School. And man, it was a lot of fun to watch, too.
Yeah, Kenny
the process
Hunt,
and the product are good.
Kenny Hunt firing me up tonight with his PA work. He might get my player of the game. You'll have to stay tuned because Mr. Hunt was firing on all cylinders, and the energy definitely there. The energy was there on the court. But at halftime, if you told me the Colonels would win by 12, I would have called you silly. I'm sorry, by 10. I would have called you silly then, too.
Right, yeah. No, I know what you mean. It was a close game back and forth. Colonels just really exploded in that third quarter there to get the win, and really pleasing this home crowd. Parry McClurer fans who made the drive had to see both their teams lose. But their season will continue. They'll just have to go on the road, and well, you never know. There's a chance we could be seeing both these matchups again, Mr. Alvis. Wouldn't that be a lot of fun? Tonight was a lot of fun for us. I know Coach Cardallero probably going to say he's got at least 1 or 2 more gray hairs because of it, but the 10-point victory, just what the doctor ordered for the Colonels here in this one.
Things weren't easy on Deborah Spencer either tonight. Late in the game, they rallied back from a big deficit in the third quarter, really to get it going in the fourth. But I'll tell you, it was a good night all around if you're an Altavista Colonel fan, and the best part is it just keeps on rolling into next week. And like Kyle said, we'll be here as often as the Colonels will be, so keep your radio tuned to 105.5 KD Country. KDCountry.com is your place for Colonels basketball. And what a night, Kyle Haney. Not the lights on the scoreboard will be around for another night, because they certainly didn't get the workout tonight, but Altavista does get the victory, 47-37.
Yeah, low-scoring stuff here tonight in this one. And the ladies' game in the opener was a little low-scoring as well. But, yeah, I think those lights are going to get a pretty good workout. And we'll take one more time out, come back with a special guest, final stats and all that good stuff, talk to you a little bit more about the schedule for next week and recap this one. One more time out here in the Subway post-game show. Colonel's a 10-point winner on 105.5 KD Country.
English Construction Company has been in the building business since 1909, so it's only natural that they appreciate the building process. They recognize the fact that organized sports programs build character as well as bodies and minds. They know that high school sports build our youth into more well-rounded and more productive adults. English Construction Company is proud to be a sponsor of high school sports and salute all athletes, coaches, and teachers. A word of praise and encouragement from English Construction Company with offices in Lynchburg.
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
Good food, low prices, and great service keep customers coming back for more day after day at El Cazador Mexican Restaurant in Altavista. El Cazador is now open all afternoons, so you can buy anytime, any day, 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, a great place to unwind and relax with friends. Open 7 days a week, Main Street, Altavista. El Cazador thanks you for your business and making them the #1 Mexican restaurant in town.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista gets the big win, 47-37. We now start the postseason tradition of getting a coach up here, and Chad Ward is joining us tonight, assistant coach for the Colonels, and as I like to call him, big man tutor for Darius and Demetrius. And I'll tell you, Darius and Demetrius who really had a tough night in terms of Parry McClurer was running them around a little bit early with that 2-3 zone. I didn't think Darius was playing his inside as much as you guys would have liked him to. Yes or no?
No, and we really wanted to get them to move a lot around in the post to make Parry McClurer keep their eyes out for where the Twins are flashing to and moving from. And we just got kind of stagnant there in the first half, and we didn't move as much as we should have. And that was what we talked about in the locker room at halftime. Y'all got to move. You got to flash. We had to get in and open up the high post.
Was it a calm locker room at half, or was it a little bit of brimstone?
It was a little bit of brimstone. We had to get after them. They needed that gut check. Parry McClurer was here to play, and they weren't a team to be taken lightly. And I think we did that going in only up 1.
Right.
And, you know, they came to play, and our guys, we haven't seen a team that disciplined and that fundamental all year.
Was it almost like looking at yourselves in the mirror? Without the athleticism, because no disrespect, but they don't have what you guys have with Juan and the Twins.
Right. I don't know if I'd say a mirror, right. But Coach C and Coach Fox are definitely cut from the same cloth right. over there in Buena Vista. So, yes, some similarities.
It seemed like, too, that, you know, maybe the backbreaker or the end of the game came when Juan ran that clock down like a minute and a half, got the feed to Demetrius, and it looked like Coach Cardallero was looking at Coach Fox just as much to see when he was going to pull the defense out. Talk about that play.
Well, we know that and no disrespect to Parry McClurer, but they cannot guard us in the man. And they were going to try to get us in the 2-3 and in their 2-3 matchup. And Coach Fox and Parry McClurer do an excellent job at that 2-3 matchup. And so we were like, let's just take some time off the clock and see if they will come out and pick us up. But even in that point, they didn't go straight man. They got after us in the matchup a little bit and gave us that man look.
And they had to press you at the end, and we saw what an athlete Juan is, just slicing down all the way through the court and getting the layup.
Juan went coast to coast and sailed. I think he jumped from probably about the free throw line and just kind of glided up to the finger roll.
What do you guys need to shore up before the next game? Because I don't think you know the exact opponent yet, correct?
We do not know the exact opponent. We should be playing either Colonial Beach or W&L. Me and Coach are going to go watch that game tomorrow, check out our competition a little bit. Some of the things, we just got to keep the movement going on. We have to stay fundamental on defense. I thought it was a great defensive effort tonight. We've never had so many screens off the ball, and a team that really knows their offense as well as Parry McClurer does. It really gave us a challenge.
Yeah, and final thing before I let you go, I thought Walker Allen at the end of the game did hit threes.
Huge.
But that's going to keep you on the court at the end of games.
That's right. Walker came down, and they started fouling us, and we missed the front end of two 1-and-1s, and it started looking kind of grim. And Walker came through huge, knocked down 6 straight free throws to get us the lead there at the end.
And, I got to give Richard a shout-out, two free throws at the end.
Two more at the end, so we hit 8 straight to close it out.
I think your Jim, diamond in the rough, so to speak, Navy defensively plays like a 6'2" guy as opposed to what he is.
He does. Navy is the glove on defense. 14, when he really got after it, 14 couldn't move like Navy can. The only thing there was they wanted to stick him in the post a little bit, and Navy had to battle over top. And like you said, he had to play at 6'2" because that's where the Parry McClurer guys were.
Coach, appreciate your time. We look forward to doing this again.
All right, thank you, Bob.
It's Chad Ward on the postgame show. Altavista gets the win over Parry McClurer as Kyle Haney will rejoin me, and we'll take care of players of the game. You and Coach Ward developing a handshake. I love that camaraderie. Players of the game.
You saw that? It was supposed
I
to be
did.
a secret.
No, well, it's the secret's out. Let's go with the guys first, and then we'll come back to the ladies. Let's go with final numbers real quick.
Yeah.
Subway postgame show, by the way. Christian Camden had 15 for Parry McClurer. Armstrong had 12. Perry had 5. Fix with 3. Henderson with 2. For Altavista, 17 from Darius, 12 from Thornhill, 7 from Demetrius, 6 from Walker, all at the stripe down the stretch, and 5 from Richard Hubbard. 47-37 Altavista. Players of the game for this one, Kyle. You want to go first, or shall I?
Yeah, I could go first. For Parry McClurer, I got to go with the big man, Christian Camden. I mean, got to use all 15 of his points from behind the arc. And, well, let's face it, if they don't have those 15 points, they probably get blown out. And, we thought the big man was going to be posted up down low, throwing his hand in the air, calling for the ball. No, step out, raining them in from three-point. That was pretty fun to watch, so I got to go with Camden for Parry McClurer.
More than one choice, but I second the motion. For everything you said, by the way.
Yes. For the Colonels now, this is a little bit tougher. I should make you go first, but I'll go ahead and get out there on that limb, although there's plenty of choices. I mean, how could you go wrong with Darius Johnson with the 17 points, the way he battled Walker Allen down the stretch? But I'm going with the deuce. Juan Thornhill. The athleticism, the sheer bravado to try some of the things that he does, Bob. I mean, he does some things that any coach would say, nah, you don't want to do that. That's not a good play. When Juan does it, it works out to a T. That coast-to-coast move you and Coach Ward talked about was huge. Hit the big threes there in the third quarter, too. I mean, I can't give it to anybody but Juan Thornhill.
Proving that we share brain again. Juan Thornhill has got to be my choice, too. The athleticism is great. 2 threes, like you said, early in the third quarter really opened things up. And, Juan, I think, would be just as good of a player without the scoring, honestly. Yeah. And, I think he's kind of like, Sydney Morris to a degree on the girls' team. We'll talk about her in a minute. But you always know where he is, or you better.
Yeah.
And just like with Morris. So I'm going to go Juan Thornhill, player of the game as well. Let's rewind the clock a little bit to the girls' game. The girls were in a battle. I mean, they were up 15-14 at half, but it was all Parry McClurer in the third quarter, going on a 14-5 quarter, 28-20. Van Brocklin hit 2 free throws to make it 30-20. Then it was all Altavista. Altavista scored the next 14 points. Casey Cox, 2 big free throws. Kalia Donegan was huge. Chittum hit 3 free throws at the end. Say that 5 times fast. but 0 field goals in the fourth quarter for Parry McClurer. Sarah Maddox talked about it earlier. That pretty much won them the game. I mean, their defense in the fourth quarter. Altavista, home of champions, home of defense as well. And players of the game on that one after the scoring. Did you want to say anything real quick about the girls' game?
I agree with everything you just said. I mean, you hold a team to 0 field goals in a quarter. Not to mention you do it in the fourth quarter to boot. I mean, no better place for your defense to step up there than down the stretch, and the Lady Colonels did just that. Player of the game time for both teams. Got to go with Lindsay.
Let me run the numbers real quick.
Oh, run the numbers real quick.
33 from Parry McClurer. Lindsay Chittum, the birthday girl, had 11. It was Mackenzie Wheeler with 8. Ashley Austin had 6. Katie Patterson had 5. 2 points from Christina Van Brocklin and 1 free throw from Logan Buzzard. For Altavista, they were led by Kalia Donegan, 12. Chelsea Robinson had 8. Sydney Morris and Casey Cox each with 4. Erica Mabry, her 3 was huge in the third quarter. I thought it really got momentum starting to swing back. She had 3, and then Taylor Graves had 2. And that is the output for the Colonels tonight. And players of the game, you can go first. I'm sorry to interrupt earlier.
I almost spit it out earlier. I'm going to go with Lindsay Chittum for Parry McClurer Lady Blues. The birthday girl led them in scoring in the big 3 early in the game, and she was a nice weapon out there on the perimeter for the visitors tonight.
Yeah, I definitely think I'm going to go Chittum as well, just because I'm going to give birthday credit for one.
Sure.
If it's your birthday, you get an extra vote. But, I mean, I really thought she kept them in. I think some people would kind of say, kind of get involved in their birthday and kind of lose track that there was a game going on, but not Chittum. So I'm going to go Chittum as well.
Yeah, on the other side for the Lady Colonels, I'm going to do something that you never like. I'm going to make a bit of a gimmick pick. I got to go co-players of the game. Sydney Morris. 3 big blocks down the stretch there inside the last minute and a half to keep Parry McClurer off the scoreboard. So I got to go with Sid the Kid there. Amazing stuff on the defensive side, the way she rejects shots and just erases balls that go up toward the opposing team's rim. And then I also got to take my hat off to Casey Cox there with the big free throws down the stretch. I mean, it was a team effort. Lady Colonels couldn't have done it without the whole team working together. But those are my 2 player of the game picks on the co-player of the game side.
I'm going to go 2 as well, honestly. Chelsea Robinson, by the way, finished in double figures at 10. I said 8 earlier. I'm staying corrected. I'm going to go Sydney Morris. Fourth quarter defense won that game for them. No doubt about it. And Morris with the block even at half court at the end.
She's like the goalie back there, just rejecting stuff on that back line of that defense.
My other vote, though, might be a little bit of a surprise, and it's going to be Erica Mabry. I thought that 3... I really thought it was big towards the end of the third quarter. Altavista hadn't scored in the third quarter until Mabry hit that 3, and it had to be less than 2 minutes to go. So Mabry gets my secondary vote. Like I said, ice cold water running through her veins, and you always got ice cold water running through your veins on Subway. Get over there tomorrow to check out some pizza, some sub, and if you're on the health kick, get the apples.
Get the salad. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right, Bob. Always on the health kick, I know, and I'm kind of on the fence there as far as the healthy stuff goes. But the strawberry cheesecake cookies are healthy, right? No, we probably didn't talk about Subway enough here in the Subway post-game show. Exactly. The games were so good that we had so much to talk about. But yes, Subway, incredible. Lee Cameron back at the studio, always ice water in his veins. He makes it sound good, and he really does a fantastic job. Probably doesn't get the credit he deserves. Some other folks that don't get the credit they deserve are fantastic sponsors. How about Select Air? Call Donnie 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Apple Markets. Check out the weekly specials at all 3 area locations. Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, a family serving families. Since 1905, English's, your complete home center. El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, the happiest place in town. Feller Chevrolet, a short drive will save you money. And, of course, they sponsor our YouTube on-demand broadcast. Check those out anytime you want. FellersDirect.com is the place to see them online. English Construction Company wishing our high school athletes an exciting and injury-free game. Sonny Merriman, we are Virginia's bus company. Highview Motors, GMC, from small to tall, Highview has it all. David W. Shreve, attorney at law. If you're facing a legal matter, don't do it alone. And Altavista Appliance and Furniture, best prices, great service. Of course, if you ever listen at kdcountry.com, you can thank Walmart on the Clarion Road in Altavista for that. Timbuktu to Kalamazoo, KD Country is going to sound great. Colonel fans everywhere can get their fix. Boy, we got our fix of some great round ball action tonight, Bob. Let's talk about the schedule for next week. Region quarterfinal is on Tuesday. You heard Coach Ward mention possible opponents for the guys. But it's going to be the same format. Girls are going to tip off at 5:30, guys to follow. So that means Subway postgame show on the air around 5:10 or so. Subway pregame, exactly. You'd be shocked how much I messed that up. Well, you wouldn't be shocked because you're usually here with me when I mess it up, but it is shocking.
I think Oscar Briggs didn't chastise you enough for messing it up, so that's why I've kind of had to come back into the main fold just to rope you in.
Secret Service tells me that Agent Zero, the big O, Oscar Briggs, is back in the United States border. Somehow Border Patrol let him back in. I don't know how they did that.
We've given him 2 basketball names. I mean, he's got the nickname of Oscar Robertson and Gilbert Arenas.
Yes.
And we have no nicknames.
Less weapons charges than Gilbert Arenas, as far as I know. Maybe Oscar's lawyer is just better, but I tell you, Oscar, if you're listening, big shout-out to you. Big O's going to be back in action for us eventually here. We may do one of those 3-man things again when the playoffs really get rolling. But I tell you, whatever happens, Bob, it's all going to be fun. And next week, it's all going to be here at Altavista, folks. As long as the Colonels keep winning, every game will be right here at home. And we love listeners as much as the next radio station, Bob. We want you to listen when you can.
Absolute sicko and want to hear Kyle and I while you're at the games.
Yes, we encourage that too.
Use the TuneIn app.
Yep.
On your cell phone, or you bring your radio.
Robert Duff, Subway postgame show. Robert Duff does that at the football games. He says he enjoys it.
Right.
I didn't believe him, but he said he enjoyed it.
Right. I mean, if Kyle and I are your therapy, then we'll take it and we will talk to you and keep you entertained, informed, and educated about what's going on with Altavista Sports, because it's really a great time to be a Colonel fan right now as the Colonels just continue to move on.
I think that about does it for us, Bob.
What else can we
kind of didn't want to leave, but
Dean Hubbard does. He wants us to leave and for him to leave.
So we'll wrap it up, folks. Hey, don't forget about the KD Country Instant Auction. Not tomorrow, but next Saturday, March 1st. Check out that list online at kdcountry.com. I know some of our basketball fans don't necessarily listen to the station as much during the week, so they may not hear some of the promos for the auction, but, Bob, it's going to be great. I mean, I told you some of the stuff. Olive Garden, Harley-Davidson in Lynchburg, plenty of food places.
Wheeling and dealing. I've even been rumored to be making an appearance, but I've never auctioned before.
I know. We've talked to your agents, and we're going to get something going. But I'll tell you what, Colonels had a good thing going tonight. 2 big Colonel wins here. Girls won the opener. Guys win by 10 in the nightcap. That'll do it and wrap it up for us, folks. Subway pregame show on Tuesday. It'll be another doubleheader. That'll start around 5:10. Make sure you don't miss a second of the Colonel action on 105.5 KD Country.